virtual. For anybody wanting to help participate and honor friends from the homeless community who have died on the streets of Nashville in calendar year 2020, this year to keep everyone as safe as possible during the COVID-19 outbreak, the memorial will be live streamed on Saturday, December 19th from 10 to 11 a.m. From the Open Table Nashville Facebook page. So you can just go to Facebook, search for Open Table Nashville, find their page. Starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday, there will be a live stream. There will be just a handful of people on site. Usually this is a relatively large gathering at the riverfront, but this year the organizers have asked for everyone to just participate by basically tuning in to that live stream on Facebook. So I did want to make sure everyone was aware that that event is still taking place, but that it has shifted to a virtual focus for 2020. That is a good segue into just a reminder for anyone viewing tonight that we do have an official Metro resource for COVID-19 information, including current public health data, public health orders, as well as impact on Metro services. That is covid19.nashville.gov. The holiday spike in case count is real. Community spread is basically considered uncontrolled at this point. We have set records the last couple days in terms of newly discovered cases right here just in Nashville. I would please ask everyone to be mindful of others, do the small, simple things that protect other people, that help us keep our loved ones, our friends, our family all safe. And those things include wearing a mask when you are around people who you do not live with, maintaining physical distance when you are around people that you do not live with, generally avoiding...
I'm sorry, Councilmember, you're out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I just want everybody to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Pro Tem. The Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages Committee will be hosting a series of community conversations to discuss and allow the members of the public to provide input regarding the proposed use of license plate readers in the public right-of-way in Nashville and Davidson County. Those meetings will be held on December 17th, January 7th, and January 12th. Virtually, members of the public may view those meetings live from the Metro calendar, Metro Council calendar, events calendar on the Metro Nashville website, nashville.gov. Please go to that calendar and choose which meeting you want to attend. We hope that you will attend all. We have various speakers that will be attending these different meetings. On the 17th, we'll have the Community Oversight Board, Mrs. Jill Fetchard, and Chief Drake from MNPD. On the 7th, we'll have representative from the ACLU, District Attorney's Office, and the Public Defender, Chief Public Defender. And on January 12th, we'll have the Human Relations Commission and Jim Hall from Neighbor to Neighbor, just to name a few of the panelists for those meetings. So we invite the public to participate. We want to hear from you. You'll be able to gather information on what license plate readers are, what they do, and if you have any questions or want to make any comments, please email them to my email address, jennifer.gamble@nashville.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And now, council members, we're entering the speed round where you've got about 45 seconds each. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you. I just have a brief announcement. This weekend is the big weekend for the Last Minute Toy Store. They are still accepting donations of toys, gift cards, and books. You can go to lastminutetoystore.com or to any Davidson County Sheriff's Office location to drop off toys and goods for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Toombs.
I just want to remind everyone about this Thursday's Metro Budget 101 Series, Session 3. We'll have a panel discussion with Representative Harold Love, Finance Director Kevin Crumbo, as well as State Comptroller Justin Wilson. We'll be talking about the state impact on city revenue, and that starts at 6 p.m. There are various ways that you can stream and watch it. You can also join the WebEx by going to tinyurl.com/budget series PT3. Thanks.
Thank you. We've still got 4 council members and 3 minutes, and got to get Pat Nolan in. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Quick announcement at First Baptist South Englewood Church on Monday, this coming Monday, December 21st at 9 a.m. There will be a food box giveaway. They have a tractor trailer set up that's going to be ready to distribute that food. Please come one and come all if you need it. And also, they would love to have more volunteers, so we'll be working on getting some folks out for that. But if anybody's available and wants to join, we'd love to have you. It's a great opportunity to do some good this Monday, 9 a.m., First Baptist South Englewood on Ann Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, Santa's coming to town in District 23. This Saturday we are having Santa riding on a truck for locations as all part of our HolidayLights.com contest. For more information, look at holidaylights23.com and join us at 4 different locations with Santa. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Southeast Davidson would like to extend our devolved. Also want to ensure better for the 19 test. Area code 615-86777. Were you able to hear me?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Tomorrow evening is the District 32 community meeting. Of course, it is virtual. And so if you want to tune in, you can go to my Facebook page, Councilwoman Joy Stiles for District 32. There is a link under events for the Zoom, and it will also be streamed live on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Councilmember Hurt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. There is a toy drive on Jefferson Street this Saturday. No Child Home Alone for Christmas. There's going to be gifts, entertainment, and food. Drive-through and pick-up from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. at the Kingdom Cafe restaurant, which is at 2610 Jefferson Street this Saturday. So Santa is going to be all over Nashville on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And that will conclude the announcements. And I believe the esteemed Mr. Nolan will be next. Thanks, everybody.
Coming to you live from the council chambers, and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening from the Metro Courthouse, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 30th business meeting of a 4-year term. It has conducted 23 business meetings during 2020 prior to tonight, along with 1 adjourned meeting. After meeting 5 times in person at the Music City Center in recent months, the Metro Council is back in a virtual format for tonight's session. The change is due to an increase in COVID-19 in the community. Starting back in April, the council met 15 times virtually without the public being urged to be present. Almost all 40 members of the council and staff participated remotely. This was due to the pandemic and was allowed under emergency order from Governor Bill Lee, allowing local government bodies to conduct business under emergency rules. Vice Mayor Jim Schulman and Chairman Pro Tem of the Council, Bob Mendez, along with a few other staff, are here in the council chambers to conduct tonight's meeting, which will be the last of this current year. They will all be meeting under local health orders, including all of us wearing a face mask since we are in a Metro building. Council agenda tonight is 37 pages long with a total of 97 items up for consideration. That includes 9 appointments or reappointments of local citizens to Metro boards and commissions, and 2 bills on public hearing regarding businesses seeking waivers from the permit distance requirements for a beer license. There are also 24 resolutions on the agenda, 11 first reading bills, 17 bills on second reading, and 40 ordinances on third and final reading. Also tonight under Resolution 2020-656, the Council will be asked to endorse the new $1.6 billion 10-year transportation plan put forward by the administration of Mayor John Cooper. The plan is not as expensive or expansive as the plan proposed by Mayor Megan Barry and rejected by voters back in 2017. The Cooper plan is focused more on bus, road, and sidewalk improvements. Metro's costs would be funded over the years through the city's operating budget and capital projects. No tax increase is anticipated, at least not from this bill. The mayor says most of the funding will actually come from private sources and from the state and local government. That includes I should say state and federal government. That includes the new Biden administration, which Mayor Cooper says plans to spend a lot more on infrastructure. That's why the mayor says the city needs a plan, and Nashville won't be in line to get the money if we don't have the plan. But based on comments in committee recently, council members do not necessarily seem to be on board to endorse the plan tonight. Again tonight, the council will also take up resolutions concerning and bills concerning the coronavirus pandemic and some funding related to that. That particularly concerns remaining $30 million in federal CARES Act funds, which the council must allocate and spend before the end of the year, meaning tonight, or risk the money's going back to Washington. Under a new resolution, RS 2020-657, some of the remaining CARES Act money would be allotted to various Metro departments to pay for eligible public safety employees' salaries incurred between March 1st and December 31st. In addition, savings from the fiscal year of the 2021 budget will be used to establish a special revenue reserve fund for the purposes of continuing the expenses necessary to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. The first $20 million of this new special revenue fund will be appropriated for Metro's continued COVID-19 emergency response expenditures, including but not limited to assessment centers, contact tracing, vulnerable populations and homeless support, health orders implementation and enforcement, including public health and safety, overtime and PPE distribution, vaccine planning, distribution, and increasing telework capabilities. Also under the resolution, another $3.8 million will be directed for rent and mortgage and utility assistance, and $1 million will be directed for small business relief grants. Council will also debate in the same area, allowing whether Metro schools should continue to spend the $5 million in CARES Act money given to it for laptops and other related items for the virtual learning going on. Because the school receives state money, some council members wanted that CARES money returned so other agencies could use it for virus relief. Legislation up tonight would allow the schools to continue to use the funds, but they must spend it by December 28th, or the money comes back to the Metro Finance Department to be used for other CARES-related reimbursable expenses. There are other remaining resolutions and ordinances on the agenda tonight to stop the pending closure of Metro's Bordeaux long-term care facility. The council deferred or defeated this same kind of legislation at this last meeting, and it's likely to occur again. They'll either be deferred or defeated. The council has decided to close its long-standing safety net capability after ending a contract with its current operating outside provider, but could not find a new term to take over the facility. Other action on second reading, this is up for the third time, will allow the law enforcement agencies to use license plate scanners for the purpose of enforcing state and local laws pertaining to reckless driving, especially for those involved with illegal drag racing activities. Metro Police have been conducting a crackdown on that. Lots of other areas and other cities in the area, such as Belmead and Mount Juliet, use these scanners for various purposes, but there are privacies and other concerns being raised. Those may be discussed again tonight. Also related to law enforcement, BL 2020-554 on second reading approves an equipment lease purchase with Motorola Solutions, Inc. The contract is for just over $8.9 million for police body cameras. The first payment will be $2.3 million. It's due in 2023, and annually in the same amount until 2026. Let's now get ready. If you want to follow the next meeting as it goes along, you can find the agenda online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Metro Government website, then the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and see where we are in the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman. He'll gavel tonight's meeting to order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. It's the last meeting of the year. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Rabbi Saul Strasberg of Congregation Cherith, Israel, a guest of Councilmember Kathleen Murphy. So we are looking for the rabbi. All right, we are going to, we will hold on the invocation, hoping that the rabbi is able to get on, and we will go directly to the Pledge of Allegiance. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. We are meeting virtually, so we will need to take the roll. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, take the roll. Hold on, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Councilmember Hurt, can you hear me?
Hello?
Councilmember Hurt. Allen?
Present.
Allen is present.
Allen is present. Glover?
Glover present.
Suara?
Suara is present.
Hall? Toombs?
Present.
Campbell?
Present.
Swope?
I'm here.
Parker?
Present.
Withers?
Withers is present.
Benedict?
Present.
Van Rees?
Here.
Hancock?
Hancock is present.
Young?
Present.
Hager?
Present.
Evans?
Present.
Bradford?
Present.
Roten?
Present.
Syracuse?
Present.
Welsh?
Welsh is present.
Sledge?
Here.
Cash?
Present.
O'Connell?
Present.
Roberts?
Present.
Taylor?
Present.
Hauser?
Present.
Druffel?
Present.
Murphy?
Present.
Pulley?
Present.
Johnston?
Present.
Nash?
Present.
Vircher?
Present.
Porterfield?
Present.
Sepulveda?
Present.
Rutherford?
Here.
Stiles?
Present.
Lee?
I'm here.
Henderson? Rosenberg?
Present.
And Vice Mayor, I'll start at the top again. I got a bit ahead of my audio, so confirming that Councilman Mendez is present. Councilmember Hurt?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall? And Councilmember Henderson? Vice Mayor, there are 38 members present at this time.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. 38 members present. So we now have the rabbi on the line. So if you would, please stand up again. And tonight's invocation will be offered by Rabbi Saul Strasberg. Rabbi, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Shalom. Thank you all for everything you do every day. I guess if you're all standing, I should probably stand up too, so I'm going to stand up as well. And really, we're praying tonight for, first of all, it's a gratitude for everything you all do. We're praying for health, for our families, for our constituents, for the city, for everybody in the country, for the world. Tonight, we're praying especially for hope not just to preach hope, but that we should produce hope. We should produce hope for ourselves, be internally motivated, and for all those around us. We pray to the Almighty that God gives wisdom to all those who've been entrusted with leadership and with power. And finally, we pray that as leaders we remain humble and faithful to all that we do each and every day. Thank you again, and we say amen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Hall is, was he listed as being present? Hold on.
He didn't respond, Vice Mayor. Is he on now?
Well, so I am checking. I see Councilmember Hall. He does not have his hand raised. He's got a check mark by his name. So I think he's on. Councilmember Hall, can you hear us? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have not met virtually in a while, so just hang with us. Councilmember Hall, can you hear us? All right, at this point, Councilmember Hall is on. He just cannot get access. We're not going to be able to hear him. Okay. Okay, according to our legal director, we will keep him marked absent until we can get access to him so we can figure out which way he votes. All right, so again, we are meeting virtual tonight. It's been a while since we did this. Remember to, if you want to be heard, hit your raise your hand button. If you want to be recognized, also you will need to mute and unmute yourself. As you know, Governor Lee's Executive Order 65 now requires all virtual meetings, all those votes to be by roll call. So we are meeting virtually, and if we have votes, it will be done by roll call. Metro ITS has advised us that the Granicus VoteCast software should not be used remotely because each member is using a different internet connection. All right? So in order to avoid having to call on each individual member's name every time we vote, Mr. Cooper, our legal director, discussed with Metro Legal an option for both the consent agenda and routine matters where there is no opposition to take a voice vote, and then quickly read the names of those voting in favor into the record. Again, what we'll do is on consent agenda matters and routine matters where there appears to be no opposition, we'll take a voice vote and then quickly read the names of those voting into the record. Mr. Cooper will do that. I will give council members the opportunity to notify us if there's a particular vote that's incorrect. Hopefully that will speed up tonight's meeting. In addition, Executive Order 65 requires those participating in an electronic meeting by audio means only to identify themselves each time they speak in a manner reasonably calculated to perform the public to ascertain the identity of the person speaking. That is part of the executive order. In a manner reasonably calculated to permit the public to ascertain the identity of the person speaking. What that means is if you do not keep your camera on, you will need to identify yourself when you begin speaking each time. Okay, we'll try to catch you on it if you forget. So what we're asking you to do is really keep your camera on so we can identify who is actually speaking. Are there any questions from anybody about how we're going to proceed tonight? I am checking. Members of the council, any questions about how we're proceeding tonight? Okay. All right, so we're going to get tested right away. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from December 1st, 2020? So I got a motion and a second. All right. Any discussion on the minutes of December 1st, 2020? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, this is how this is going to work. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized. Hold on. Here we go. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right, the vote is 38 ayes, 0 noes. Any corrections to that?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Can I get the legal director to repeat that, please?
Councilmember
You'll
O'Connell,
hear it again.
you're going to hear that many times tonight, all right? All right, Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized for what purpose?
Well, I can either make the motion for electronic meetings, or I can correct the minutes of the, which one do you want me to do?
Let's do the correction of the minutes first.
Okay, it was brought to my attention that there was a clerical error in the minutes from December 3rd, 2019. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes of December 3rd, 2019 to correct the expiration date of Dr. Ashley Wood on the Sexually Oriented Licensing Board to reflect a term expiring October 7th, 2023 instead of 2021.
All right, you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing no discussion, we're going to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
Any corrections to that? Seeing no corrections, the vote is 38 for, 0 against. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor. Vice Mayor, have we already done the notice of electronic meeting motion?
That is getting ready to happen right now. Okay. So, Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized again for a motion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Governor Dave's Executive Order Number 65 regarding electronic meetings, I make a motion that this Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of the Metropolitan government and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, so you've heard the motion. Can I have a second? Got a second? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we are voting on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
I think I heard didn't hear a no. I think I got all ayes. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Any corrections to that? The vote is 38 for, 0 against. That's the vote. I see no corrections. So the motion passes. All right, before we get into the full rest of the agenda, just a couple of quick announcements. I know that Councilmember Hall is having trouble hearing us. We're still working on trying to make a better connection for him. Several announcements. First of all, our own Pat Nolan turned 29 2 days ago on Sunday. Happy birthday, Mr. Nolan. Big round of applause for you. I'm just letting you know. Second, I want to send good thoughts to our own Councilmember Angie Henderson, who is recovering from some surgery, and also want to wish Councilmember Kathleen Murphy well wishes as she gets ready to have some surgery. And there's a big star on her head. I believe that's correct. All right. Third, at the request of Councilmember Freddie O'Connell, I'm announcing the formation of a special committee to focus on Nashville's local response to COVID-19, including a review of the goals of that response. If you are interested in serving on that committee, please let me know, all right? Again, a special committee focused on Nashville's local response to COVID-19. Lastly, this is our last meeting before the new year. I will say that it has not been an easy one for anyone. The last several weeks seem like it has been particularly hard. I know that people are hurting. We have lost people due to gun violence, including a teacher and a nurse. Our hearts and prayers go out to their families, as well as to longtime Metro trustee employee Wanda Binkley and her family. We lost former Councilmember Robert Duvall this week, and I think we all probably know people who are very sick and struggling with COVID. So if you will, members of the council, please rise and join me in a moment of silence for all those families at this point that are in need. Thank you. So, obviously a lot of tough times, but with the holidays come hope. So I would encourage you, particularly around the holidays, to help others in need, but not only during the holidays, but every day. And remember, particularly after what we've been through in the past year, remember what is important. And I would also caution members of the council and our staff and the people who are watching and the citizens of Nashville and Davidson County, please remain vigilant about this pandemic. We have a ways to go. So as for COVID, vaccines obviously are on the way. We thought we would take a few minutes this afternoon, or this evening. I've lost track of the day. I've asked representatives of the health department to take a few minutes to give us the latest information concerning Nashville and COVID and the vaccination process. So without objection, I'm going to recognize someone who has been so important to the city this year in helping us get through this pandemic, Dr. Alex Jahangir. Dr. Alex, I know you're on there. Thank you for all your service. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I join you all today, and thank you for a few minutes, in my capacity as the Chair of the Board of Health. As we as a city are under a public health emergency, I think anytime there's a leadership change, especially in a time of public health emergency, which may be the only time in our city's history we've been in such an order, I wanted to explain to the council how we are moving forward as a department to ensure the safety of all Nashvillians and the continuation of the important duties of the Department of Health. And then I want to turn it over to my colleagues to give you an update on this, on the vaccine rollout. In short, on Friday, the Board of Health unanimously voted to make Ms. Tina Lester the interim Administrative Director of Health, as well as Dr. Gil Wright, the interim Chief Medical Director of Health. Ms. Lester has been with the department for 25 years. She's served many roles, most recently as our Director of the Bureau of Population Health. She is a Master's in Nursing from Vanderbilt and is a well-known entity in our city. Truth be told, Ms. Lester next month is going to retire, and she and Dr. Lester, her husband, I believe had great plans, and she very kindly, as she has done for a quarter of a century, has agreed to serve for at least a year to, if needed, to help our city get through this really hard time. So I'm very grateful. Dr. Gil Wright has been the Associate Medical Director for several years now. When it came to the COVID response for health, he really was our point person internally, and he will take over most of the COVID response for health as well as the clinical side of the department. So between these two individuals, as well as the executive leadership team and over 700 employees of the health department, I want to ensure you, as well as ensure our city, that the function for our public health department will continue and will continue strongly. And with that, I would, again, thank you personally for this, but I also would like to turn it over to Dr. Wright to explain to you what our next steps are with the vaccine. A step which I'd like to not underemphasize is the beginning of what could be the end of this for our city, our state, and our country. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Council. I'm going to give you a lot of information. Just understand that it's very fluid. It's changing frequently, and especially initially, it probably will change on a very regular basis. As we get further into the vaccination process, I expect it to kind of level out and become kind of routine. First of all, there are Pfizer, as you're probably aware, was approved by the FDA for emergency use last week, and we received locally the vaccine here at a number of the hospitals, and they've already begun vaccinating their frontline staff. Moderna, which is the other one that is been through phase 3 trials now, is scheduled to go through before the FDA, and they will go before the FDA on Thursday. The preliminary data is out, and it is expected that they will be approved. If they are approved, we expect shipment to arrive early next week, probably on Monday. We are awaiting the final numbers of allotment for this from the state, but expect it to be enough to begin to do our first responders and other things that we have responsibility for. We have been planning for this from a department standpoint since at least July of this year. We went about and got ultra cold freezers, knowing that one of the leading vaccines needed to be stored at minus 70 or below Celsius, not just Fahrenheit, but Celsius. And so we have the ability now to handle any of the vaccines that are either already out or that are in process of going through studies. Both of these currently require 2 doses, an initial dose and a follow-up dose. The second dose, depending on the type, is either at 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and immunity is in place 2 weeks after the second vaccine. They both have nearly 95% or 95% effectiveness, meaning that if 100 people get the vaccine, only roughly 5 would still be non-immune. Initially, the side effects have been reported as being very mild to moderate. They've been short-lived. They've been things like soreness at the site, achiness, low-grade temp, being tired, and they generally have lasted less than 2 days. We have heard of, with the Pfizer vaccine, they began to give it, 2 cases of severe anaphylaxis in people that had prior anaphylaxis, and so there is some warning available on that for certain individuals, but should be very limited. It is only those individuals that have had anaphylaxis to a prior IV medication or IM medication, so not just to food allergies, et cetera. The length of the immunity, it really is unknown at this point. We've only had these vaccines for a few months, and the companies will continue to follow vaccine and those that received it early for 2 years as part of their study, and we will know more as time goes on. There is activation of what are called memory cells in the immune system, which indicates that this is likely to provide longer-term immunity. And the hope is that we won't have to have this on an annual basis like the flu shot. Maybe it would be something like every 10 years, like we do with the tetanus shot. It may be lifelong. We just don't know yet at this time. The next several months, we'll be receiving periodic shipments of vaccine. These may be one or both types of vaccine. And it mainly is going to depend upon how quickly the production of each of these vaccines can be put in place and how well they can be ramped up. Eventually, it should be widely available. That's expected to be probably summer to early fall. At that point, CVS, Walgreens, and other pharmacies will have it available readily in their own stores for people to go get. I should tell you about how the phases or allocation phases were developed. The CDC and then the state of Tennessee developed the plan. It is based on the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine's framework for an equitable allocation and the CDC's playbook for jurisdictions. It also, within the state, was vetted by a diverse group of stakeholders of over 30 partners statewide who represent millions of Tennesseans. So just so you kind of know, I hope that everybody has gotten a copy of the one slide on vaccine allocation phases, so we have some place to kind of look to and talk about. We are currently in phase 1A1. As I said, the larger hospitals received direct shipment of the Pfizer vaccine and have been starting to give that vaccine. They will initially do their high-risk providers and staff, and that will include people that have any contact with materials that might be used on these patients. So that would include housekeeping, sterile prep people, et cetera. The other two groups that are in 1A1 would be residents and staff of long-term care facilities. The federal government has a contract with CVS, Walgreens, and others, and they will go in and actually do the vaccinations of these people within both the staff and the residents of long-term care facilities. They will start with skilled nursing facilities here in Tennessee, and as we receive more vaccine, then they will work through assisted living and the rest of the longer-term care facilities. First responders will be both metro and non-metro, and Metro Public Health will have the responsibility to take care of vaccinating those individuals. With that in mind, they're obviously fire, police. We also have responsibility, though, for home health agencies and hospice, and it's just the staff. And then some of the other, and then we'll move down through DCSO and the health department. Then when we get into phase 1A2, that's going to be all other healthcare workers. So it's going to be clinics and their staff. It's going to be dental offices or oral surgeons and their staff, physical therapy, occupational therapy, pharmacists, behavioral health, lab staff. Training programs will probably also be included there for nurses and physicians. They're also between A1A and A1, or 1A1 and 1A2, will also have responsibility for some of the smaller hospitals. There's a long-term hospital here in town. There's the mental health state hospital, and then Nashville General Hospital. We may be responsible for getting them vaccine also. So with all that, in 1A1, it amounts to about 55,000 individuals, and we're going to be responsible for probably about 12 to 13,000 of that. In 1A2, there's another estimated 15,000 people and that will make up about, those two groups total will be about 70%, or about 10%, excuse me, about 70,000 people, so about 10% of Metro's overall population. Then we'll move on, and as you see on the chart there is a proposed change that ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice, they are meeting on Sunday and are expected to add 1B, which is going to be critical infrastructure, and move the high-risk individuals that have 2+ risk conditions down to 1C. And so that's one of the things that, as I said, is rapidly changing. But if they do that, we're expecting that critical infrastructure is going to be about another 70,000. And then when we get to 1C, that's going to be close to 140,000. So at that point in time, when we get through 1C, we should have roughly 40% of the population that has at least been offered the vaccine. Nobody's being required to take it at this point, but it will be offered. If we get through 1A1, or we've got a small group left in 1A1, we'll immediately start moving to 1A2. We're not going to wait and make sure we've got 100% of 1A1 before we start into the next group. We want to move through the groups as quickly as we can and get the vaccine in as many arms as we can. The thing that's going to really limit us initially is just how much vaccine we receive and how often we receive it. So that's kind of the end of what I wanted you to be aware of for your constituents and for yourselves. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
So, members of the council, what we are going to do is, if you do have questions, because obviously we could talk about this for a long time, go ahead and send them into Mr. Mike Jamison with the mayor's office, and then we will get them to Dr. Wright or Ms. Lester to make sure that they get answered. Ms. Lester, do you have anything else to add?
No, sir. Dr. Wright is all things COVID.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, so on behalf of the Metro Council, and obviously there are lots of citizens who are very interested in this, Dr. Jahangir, Dr. Wright, Ms. Lester, thank you for your work on this. I know you're going to be busy over the next several months. It's important, I think, that people do have the correct information so that they know what's going on. I know we're at the very beginning of this. It will change, but please feel free to keep the council members informed so that we can let our constituents know. Thank you for all your hard work this year. I know that this has been an amazingly difficult year for everyone, but particularly for those working in the health department. Thank you, and thank you for your service. And you are welcome to stay on. We have a long agenda. Or you can sign off right now. It's your choice. But thank you all for being here. Again, if you have, council members, if you have questions, if you will let Mr. Jamison know, he will make sure that we get those things answered. So we are ready to move on. We are now on Section F. It's elections and confirmations. Councilmember Johnston, is there a report from the Rules Committee?
Yes, we took up a number of confirmation or appointments and reappointments. I did create a consent agenda in the interest of time, and so I will go ahead and read what's on consent. For Arts Commission, the appointment of Reverend Dexter Brewer for a term expiring January 1st, 2024. Transportation Licensing Commission, appointment of Ms. Carol Westlake for a term expiring October 10th, 2022. For the Wastewater Authority, reappointments of the following for terms expiring October 1st, 2022. Ms. Ruth Cherry, Mr. David Gillis, Mr. Jay Tant, Dr. Edward Thaxton, and Dr. Robert Wingfield. And finally, for Work Release Commission, the reappointment of Father Ed Steiner for a term expiring January 1st, 2025. We voted 5 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And with that, I would move their approval.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve, and let me make sure I've got this right, and I've got a second. So what we're looking at is the appointment of Reverend Dexter Brewer for the Arts Commission, Ms. Carol Westlake for Transportation Licensing Commission, then I've got Ms. Ruthie Cherry, Mr. David Gillis, Mr. Jay Tant, Dr. Edward Thaxton, and Dr. Robert Wingfield for the Wastewater Authority, and Father Ed Steiner for the Work Release Commission. Councilmember Johnston, do I have that correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
I do. Okay, I got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the votes on these individuals? Seeing nobody in the queue, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. All right, Mr. Cooper?
Councilman Hall has not joined, is that correct?
Councilmember Hall, can you hear me? I'm looking for his name on here.
Nope. Okay.
Councilmember Hall is, he is on my screen, but I don't believe he can hear us. Okay? Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg, 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Is there any corrections to that? Seeing none, the motion passes 38-4, 0 against. All right. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, we want to thank everyone who has agreed to be of service to the different commissions and authority tonight. Thank you for your willingness to serve, volunteer your time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. So thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Johnston. We had one other one that we needed to take up. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We voted 6 in favor, 0 against, to defer for one meeting the hospital authority appointment of Ms. Michelle Robertson for a term expiring September 6, 2025. So I would move to defer one meeting.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. This is on the hospital authority appointment of Ms. Michelle Robertson. The motion is to defer one meeting. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing no hands in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right, any corrections to that? That's going to become a jingle before the night is over. We'll see how fast he can do it. Seeing nobody's hands up, no corrections. The vote is 38-4, 0 against. The motion to defer passes. All right, so that takes care of, Councilmember Johnston, I believe, of everybody on your committee, correct? All right, we now move on to Part G, which is the public comment period. Because we are meeting virtually tonight, any request for public comment was deferred to the next public comment period. All right, so no public comment tonight, right? So we now move on to resolutions on public hearing. We have 2 of them. Here's how that works for a virtual meeting. I will call up the resolutions one at a time, ask the sponsor whether she or he plans to have a public hearing on the resolution tonight. If yes, then I will announce that the resolution is ready for the live call-in. When I announce that item, please make that call. The number to call should be on your screen, should be at the bottom of your screen if you're watching us on Channel 3 or if you're live streaming it. The number to call is 629-255-1931. That's 629-255-1931, and wait for operator assistance. You will be asked if you're calling on the current matter on public hearing. Mute your television or live stream when it's your turn to speak. Once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the resolution. You will have 2 minutes in which to speak. So we are now ready for the first resolution. Let me give you the phone number again. It's 629-255-1931. The first resolution up tonight is RS 2020-674 by Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Benedict, do you wish to have a public hearing on this measure tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested on this resolution, if you will go ahead and make that phone call in now, 629-255-1931. It's RS 2020-674 by Councilmember Benedict. It's a resolution exempting Shotgun Willie's Barbecue, located at 4000B Gallatin Pike, from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, it is RS 2020-674 by Councilmember Benedict. It's a resolution exempting Shotgun Willie's Barbecue, located at 4000B Gallatin Pike, from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, I've got a committee report from Public Safety. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The Public Safety Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
I'm having a delay here, Vice Mayor.
That's okay.
All right, I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, I declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the audience here to speak on this matter? Okay. Okay, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone lines to speak on this one?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
Okay, we do have a caller in the queue. Go ahead and let him in. Can you hear us?
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, there we are. So welcome to the Metro Council. We're on RS 2020-674 by Councilmember Benedict. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. Go ahead. So do we have a caller on the line? Do we have a caller on the line?
I'm here.
Okay. So I just need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution. We're on the resolution exempting Shotgun Willie's Barbecue. So if I could have your name, address, and then you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
All right, this is Bill Laviolette. My address is 4000B Gallatin Pike. I am the owner and pitmaster at Shotgun Willie's Barbecue, and I'm just calling in to give 2 thumbs up for this resolution.
All right, thank you for calling.
Well, thanks.
All right, Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no more callers in the queue.
All right, I declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to give 2 thumbs up to this great Texas barbecue, and looking forward to grabbing a beer next time I'm down there. And with that, I'd like to move to approve the resolution, please.
All right, so Councilmember Benedict has moved to approve the resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? I am checking. I see no hands in the queue. We are on Resolution RS 2020-674, Shotgun Willie's Barbecue. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper, you're on.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right, any corrections to that? Seeing nobody with any corrections, then the motion passes. Resolution RS 2020-674 passes. 38 for, 0 against. I'm just glad, Councilmember Benedict, that the person who called that owned Shotgun Willie's was actually for the resolution. I thought that was good. All right. So we will move on. We're on now item number 2. It's RS 2020-675 by Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Withers, do you wish to have a public hearing on this matter tonight?
I do not.
Okay, so Councilmember Withers, there is not going to be, so if anybody was calling in about that, there is no public hearing on this one. It's RS 2020-675. Let me go ahead and read it. Councilmember Withers. Resolution exempting public, number 1732, located at 1111 Gallatin Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to section 7.08.090E. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would actually like to move to withdraw this, but I'd like to make just a real brief comment if I might.
Okay, if you don't mind, if you would just withdraw it, then I don't have to do a motion. So I will, if you would just withdraw, I will let you speak. But we probably do need a committee report from Public Safety. Okay.
Fine.
Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. All right, back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, I would like to move withdrawal on this. I apologize. Picked up this was a measuring error between the building sites. But want everyone to rest assured that when the Publix does open in a couple of weeks, they will have beer sales. So never fear. And with that, I'll renew my withdrawal motion.
All right, so thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Withers withdrew the resolution, so we don't have to have a vote on that. So the resolution, RS 2020-675, is withdrawn. Thank you, Councilmember. Those are the 2 resolutions on public hearing. We now move on to resolutions on the consent agenda. I'm going to go through and read you the items on the consent agenda. If there is something that you need to remove off, let me know. So these are the items on the consent agenda. I am on the regular calendar under Section I, Consent Resolutions. This is page 3. The first item on the consent agenda is RS 2020-584. The next item is number 7, RS 2020-676, 677, 678, 679, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 686, 687, 688, 690, 691, 694, 696. Okay? I try to go slow. I've had people ask me to slow down on those. Any questions on anything that needs to be bumped off the consent agenda? I'm checking.
93 was on there.
Councilmember Pulley, did I hear you?
Did you say 693 was on the consent?
That's the one about Miss Sarah Fuller. That is not on the consent.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Pulley, that I'm a little concerned. I know that you got hit in the head with a football. Are you okay?
Very much okay.
Okay, good. All right. I've got the video, so in case anybody wants to see it, I can show it to you. All right. I just was checking on you to make sure you're all right. All right. So anything else needs to be bumped off the consent agenda? Okay. So here they are. 696. 696 is on the.
692. It was pulled at the request of a council member.
Okay. All right, so here are the resolutions on the consent agenda, RS 2020-584 by Councilmember Toombs. It's a resolution exempting Leggins House of Seafood, Nashville, located at 4228 Ashland City Highway from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Next item on the consent agenda is RS 2020-676 by Councilmember Saguaro and Toombs. It's a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Mayor to submit substantial amendment 1 to the 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan to the 2018-2023 Consolidated Plan for Housing and Community Development to the United States Department of HUD. The next item is RS 2020-677 by Councilmembers Withers and Syracuse and others. It's a resolution amending ordinance number BL 2020-234 as amended to extend the time period for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damaged as a result of the March 3rd, 2020 tornado. Next item is RS 2020-678 by Councilmember Toombs, Gamble, and others. It's a resolution approving an application for a VOCA grant from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Office of Family Safety for funding to enhance equipment at both family safety centers. Next item is RS 2020-679 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. It's a resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government acting by through the Metropolitan Board of Health and STARS Nashville to fund an epidemiologist position to study data regarding cigarette smoking, vaping, and e-cigarette use, primary focus on children and young adults. RS 2020-680 by Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution approving Amendment 4 to a grant contract, State of Tennessee Department of Health, to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health to improve the health of those residing in or visiting Davidson County through targeted strategies to prevent and control the use of tobacco products. Next item is RS 2020-681 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentrations for fine particulate matter in Nashville, Tennessee. RS 2020-682, that's item number 13 on your agenda. RS 2020-682, Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government through Metropolitan Social Services and Room in the Inn, Inc. to use CARES Act funding to provide operational support for a day shelter to help stem the COVID-19 spread among individuals experiencing homelessness. Item number 14, it's RS 2020-683 by Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution approving Amendment 6 to a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metropolitan Government through Metro Social Services to provide meals that meet RDA nutritional guidelines and transportation services to eligible seniors and handicapped residents. RS 2020-684 by Councilmembers Toombs and Van Reese. Resolution accepting an in-kind grant from Gray and Linda Carter to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Parks and Recreation Department of 2 works of art by Paul Lancaster for the permanent collection at the Parthenon. RS 2020-685 by Councilmembers Toombs, Van Reese, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the Centennial Park Conservancy to the Metropolitan Government through the Parks Department for installation and 2 years monthly expenses for Wi-Fi at the Parthenon. RS 2020-686 by Toombs, Gamble, and others. A resolution accepting an emergency management performance grant from the State of Tennessee through TEMA to the Metropolitan Government acting and by through the Office of Emergency Management to subsidize the emergency management program. RS 2020-687 by Councilmember Toombs. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Ryan Ingram in the amount of $10,000, said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Item number 19, RS 2020-688 by Toombs, Nash, and others. Resolution accepting a community recovery tree planting grant from Keep America Beautiful in partnership with the United Parcel Service to the Metropolitan Government through the Public Works Department to provide funding to restore the destroyed tree canopy in Nashville neighborhoods in the Stones River Bend Regional Park by the March 2020 tornado. Next item on consent is RS 2020-690 by Councilmember Toombs. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law compromise and settle the claims of Joseph Clara and Wendy Clara against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $195,000, said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2020-691 by Toombs, Nash, and Stiles. Resolution approving a participation agreement between the University of Tennessee and the Metro Government through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services for the development of an urban waters report card. Excuse me. RS 2020-694 by Murphy, Hurt, and others. Resolution recognizing the retirement of Ms. Cheap, columnist Mary Hance. And the last one on the consent calendar is RS 2020-696 by Councilmember Benedict. resolution expressing appreciation of the Music City Center, its leadership, and its staff for hosting in-person council meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic. All right, let me make sure anything needs to be bumped off the consent calendar. Seeing nothing, we are now ready for committee reports. I'm going to go to Councilmember Suara first. Affordable housing. You're recognized. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Affordable housing recommended approval. The Vice.
You're on 676. Yeah, RS 2020-676.
676. Thank you. I believe we recommended approval. I'm looking for my notes. 6 in favor, 0 against. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended the consent agenda, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so I've got on your consent agenda 2020-676, 677, 678, 679, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 686, 687, 688, 690, and 691. Okay. I've got Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you. We voted in favor of 677, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Taylor, Health, Hospitals, and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services approved RS 2020-679, 680, 681, 682, and 683. 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Parks, Library, and Arts, Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. On Resolution 684 and 685, the Parks, Library, and Arts Committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted, recommended approval for 678 and 686, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and then I've got one more listed. Let me make sure where it is. 584, did you have that one as well?
Did not have 584.
Okay.
Oh,
looks like it was approved last time. It just happens to be on my list. That's okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works Committee approved RS 2020-688, RS 2020-691, and I believe that's the only two on the consent agenda, 9 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Johnston, bring us home. Rules of confirmations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, confirmations, and public elections considered RS 2020-694 and 696. We voted 5 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, got a motion to approve the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the items on the consent agenda, resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
So let me make sure, did I hear a no, or was that just a late response to a yes? I think it was Councilmember Hager.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Cooper, you are recognized.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right. It's 38 for, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing no corrections, vote stands. The motion passes. 38 for, 0 against. All right. So we're going to go back to items that were not on the consent agenda. We are on item number 4, RS 2020-656. Councilmember Toombs, Nash, and others. Resolution expressing the endorsement of the Metropolitan Council for the Metro Nashville Transportation Plan. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Right. I've got Budget and Finance. Councilmember Porterfield.
Budget and Finance recommended approval as amended, 9 in favor, 3 against, and 1 not voting. Would you like to read the amendments, Vice Mayor?
Sure.
Amendment 1, 12 for, 0 against. Amendment 2, 12 for, 0 against. And Amendment 3, 13 for, 0 against.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works approved Amendment 1, 9 for, 0 against. The Second Amendment, 8 for, 0 against. Approved the Third Amendment, 9 for, 0 against. And approved the resolution as amended, 9 for, 0 against.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered all 3 amendments to the bill and approved all of them. As amended, 3 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, you broke up there for just a minute. Can you give me that again?
I'm sorry. All 3 amendments recommended, 3 in favor, 0 against. The bill as amended recommended, 3 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. Councilmember Toombs, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for any discussion. Councilmember Toombs.
I asked for my colleagues to support this non-binding resolution. A transportation plan for the city of Nashville is a long time coming. We need to start somewhere. I have a deep concern about us getting lost in analysis paralysis. This creates a framework. It allows us to be more competitive for state and federal grants. We don't know, we do know how much this costs. We don't know how much the financial obligation will be for the city, but this resolution is not committing to any type of financial commitment. So I do ask that we move Nashville forward and endorse the plan so that we can compete for the state and federal grants and keep moving towards a plan that works for all of Nashville. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember O'Connell, I saw your hand go up. You took it back down? Councilmember O'Connell?
I was going to wait until we get sorry, be on the floor.
All right, we're still having trouble hearing you, but I think I heard that you wanted to wait for just a minute. Is that right? Okay, I see your head shaking. All right, so Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'll just go ahead and say my brief comment before we apply the amendments. I'm super appreciative of the administration and everyone's hard work on this plan. I do, looking here at page 63 at the stakeholder groups that were consulted, I don't see our Amalgamated Transit Union 1235 on that list. I want to make sure that as we implement elements of this plan that we are talking with those transit workers who are, they have a frontline perspective on how our systems work, and I think it's really important that we involve them in conversations moving forward, and that's all I've got.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I've got Councilmember Glover. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just very quickly, I'll make basically the same comment I made yesterday. While this may be non-binding, I will tell you, yes, it does send a message And I will just remind you, because the administration will come back and say, well, it passed, or it passed unanimously. And right now, folks, we can't get our spending under control. And we're talking about something that could be $1.6 billion or higher. And the majority of that will be additional debt. So I cannot support any part of this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. I've got Councilmember Hurt. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I, too, appreciate the administration moving forward with this. It is something that's long overdue. But I do hesitate because I want to make sure that the community understands that it is not, this plan does not commit us to funding. And also, is it necessary for us to do it at this time? Does that jeopardize any funding? And if so, do we have any time frame where we can go back and do some more discussions? Because I believe that there's going to have to be outsourcing, and it's going to hurt the employees that are basically those on the lower end of the scale, which are typically people of color. Those who are our cleaning staff, those who just do the frontline work. So I was just wondering if the sponsor could speak to that and before we move forward with the amendment. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Toombs, do you wish to be recognized, or the administration is here? Up to you, Councilmember Toombs.
I would open it up to the administration to respond to that.
All right, Mr. Jameson? All right, so Councilmember Hurt, they had trouble hearing it. Do you mind re-asking the question?
Yes, the question is it necessary that we pass this tonight? Is it going to affect the funding if we do not? And if we have any time left, how much time would that be for us to make a decision?
Mr. Jameson?
Thank you, Councilor Hurt. I hope you can hear me.
Hold on just a Councilmember Hurt, can you hear Mr. Jameson?
I do, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Hurt. The necessity of passing this plan and passing it promptly is the federal regulations that define a transportation plan have very technical specifications that we have to satisfy, which this resolution does satisfy. Once adopted by the local body, then we are eligible and enhance our eligibility for federal and state grants. There will be a multitude of those grants coming down the pike in the next week, the next months, the next years. These are difficult to execute. The plans take applications. One of the things you have to submit in the application is the existence of your plan. And the sooner that this administration can get started on what we anticipate coming from the new administration, the better we are and more competitive we are compared to other cities. Because at the end of the day, grants funding, like it or not, is a zero-sum game. And to the extent other cities have plans and we don't, we lose out. That is the bottom line. So yes, it is necessary to pass this plan. It is necessary to pass this as soon as possible. And without it, you do enormously affect our funding. We will lose 60% of available funding. We clearly have transportation problems. It is identified as one of the top problems of the city. And if the answer is to address those on our own without 60% of available funding, that is not the answer that your constituents expect of you, and we respectfully ask for your support on this resolution.
Councilmember Hurt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jameson, for that. What I am speaking for are my constituents, and I want them to fully understand and also be inspired to encourage such a plan. I want them to trust the administration and trust us So I think it is incumbent upon us to thoroughly explain to our constituents and let them know what it is, why it is, how it is. And we take the time to gently share this information and not submit it in terms of a demand, because I know that community meetings were held and I know that there was participation, but all of that took prior to us passing the increase for the property tax increase. So I think we have to go back and make sure that we explain to the constituency what it is, why we're doing it, and why it's absolutely necessary, and humbly ask them for their support, as opposed to saying that we've got to shove this down their throats. So I thank you very much for your response.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. So I've got a number of people in the queue, but let me double check. I've got a couple of amendments on this bill. Councilmember Murphy has Amendment 1, Councilmember O'Connell has Amendment 2, and Councilmember Roten has Amendment number 3. I've got other people that may wish to speak on the measure, or they may wish to speak on the measure as amended. We'll just go through the list, but I'm just letting you know where we are on this. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was hoping to speak, get in line for this once it is amended.
Okay, so I'm going to put you, I'm going to just move you down on the list. So Councilmember Hauser.
I'm used to being last.
I'm not even going to put you on the piece of paper, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hauser, do you wish to speak or do you wish to wait until we take up the amendments? Councilmember Hauser.
I actually have a question. I'm not sure when that should come in.
You're welcome to ask it now, or you can wait.
My question is, will we, before we actually budget any money, have any sort of proportion of local money versus state or federal that we will have as a guideline? In other words, not just approving spending money for a particular project, but what portion would actually our taxpayers be paying versus the input from a variety of federal or statewide sources.
Mr. Jameson, do you wish to answer that?
So individual grants come with their own individual financial recipes. And so sometimes, obviously, the ones we love are the ones that are 100% grant funded. Others are matching. For the majority of them, the lion's share of the money would come from federal or state sources as opposed to local money. And that's what we're desperate to qualify for. Each one of those comes before the council on a case-by-case basis. And if there is a grant whose financial recipe is not to your liking, you have the authority to vote that down on a case-by-case basis. But qualifying for the application in the first place requires the plan, and that's what we're seeking your support on.
Councilmember Hauser?
That answers my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the next person in line is Councilmember Murphy. You've got amendment number 1. Councilmember Murphy.
Yes, Vice Mayor. I would like to move the amendment, please.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved amendment number 1, properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're on your amendment.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it simply puts in the whereas part of this resolution that the administration will be pursuing for transportation. Before I was elected, I am hearing that the administration funds, because we had several, that was the direction we were going. And since being elected, honestly, let's real talk is that we have too many departments working on different pieces of transportation, and it's being done effectively or efficiently the way that a Department of Transportation could do that. I think it's the intention of this plan and the intention of most of plans before and around the discussions we've talked about, and we need to get serious and put that on a piece of paper that we're voting on tonight. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. I think that our questions that could be asked about how is this going to be put together, what are the details of it, that is left up to the administration I think it would probably be a reorganization of what is being done in different departments. Bringing it together so it would be effective and efficient. Look at approval and have to answer any questions.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved her amendment. I think we're going to try to do this unless there's an objection, and then we'll see what we do on the vote. So Councilmember O'Connell has amendment number 2, and Councilmember Roten has amendment number 3. It sounds like they came out of committees with no negative votes, all 3 of them. So I'm going to try to put them all on at the same time. If that doesn't work, then I'll go back, and then we can take them up individually. So you've heard Councilmember Murphy's amendment. I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Connell now and ask him to explain his amendment and make a motion if that's what he wants to do. And then I'm going to go to Councilmember Roten, and then we're going to see if we can do them all at the same time. And then we'll open them up. Before we vote, we'll ask anybody who's got questions about any of the amendments to do it at the same time. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is my audio any clearer now?
Your audio is very clear now.
Very good. Thank you. So just briefly, first want to express my gratitude to the administration for working with me on this. As you can see from the exhibit, they did work with me to get the actual master document updated. So this is not something I'm just bolting onto the plan. This was something developed collaboratively. And basically, what it does is it opens the door a little wider to ensure that we can make larger, more sustained investments in Nashville's most transit-ready corridor, where we've done, a decade of land use and transit policy planning, which is West End, which will both support our largest existing transit trip generator in the region, which is Vanderbilt University, and connect it directly to downtown, giving us some regionally supportive elements of the plan. So I encourage colleagues to support it. Was grateful for the reception we got in all 3 committees, and look forward to votes. Thanks.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell got a motion on the amendment, okay, properly seconded. So Councilmember O'Connell's amendment is now before us as well. All right, now I'm going to go to Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on your amendment. Councilmember Roten, you are muted.
Sorry about that, Mr. Vice Mayor. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Thank you. So my amendment is very simple. I was quarantined when I was supposed to meet with the administration. They called me after I got through, and we never could meet. And I explained to them that there were only 2 issues that I really had for my district that I wanted them to know about, and they told me that I could amend it to put those 2 in there, and so that's what I did. The first is Central Pike. Councilmember Evans and Councilmember Glover are very familiar with Central Pike. From Old Hickory Boulevard all the way out into Wilson County, the state has funded through the Improved Act the widening of Central Pike to 5 lanes. The portion in Davidson County in my district, which is a very small portion, somehow is a metro road that we're responsible for. And it has been on the capital improvement budget since 1974. And there are small portions that are widened and small portions that aren't. My concern is that once it is widened all the way out to Wilson County, those are the portions of the road that will start developing out toward Wilson County rather than in Davidson County. We also have a lot of development wanting to come to Davidson County, but the roads and infrastructure are not very capable or suitable for the development. So I just wanted to make sure that that was in the District 14 list to continue to be looked at by the administration. The second one was the train stop in my district. The train goes through my district, the commuter train, the Music City Star, for about 5 miles. There is no stop in my district for people to get on the train. There are 4 stops in Wilson County. There are only 2 stops in Davidson County. It's time for, if we're going to be serious about the Music City Star, to start looking at where we're going to put stops as the train goes to downtown. I just asked the administration if I could put that in the District 14 list of things for them to look at, since I didn't get to meet with them. and they agreed, and they said they were fine with the amendment. So I would appreciate the amendment going on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Roten, motion to amend the bill?
Move to amend.
Got a motion to amend, properly seconded. Okay, so we have all the amendments before us. Now I'm going to start going through the list, and then we will determine what to do with the amendments before we actually, obviously, vote on the measure, the resolution itself. So I'm going to go down the line. I've got Councilmember Stiles. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know we were talking about the amendments. Is it possible, because I was trying to speak about the bill in general before we move to amendments, can I make comments now, or do I need to wait?
So you can make comments on the resolution or on the amendments. You can speak on anything you want to.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think it is imperative that we understand that we're not spending money right now, that this is a plan for us to move our transportation forward. We are so far behind in terms of a transportation system down here, and that it's been 5 years since the last conversation that we had, and I think we are in danger of having the same thing happen now as happened before, where we got bogged down, to Councilmember Toombs' point, in details that were not really pertinent. I think moving forward is the point. We have nothing in place, and we have a lot of improvements to make, and a commitment that could potentially yield us funding so that we can move forward into the 21st century in terms of transportation and have a bus system that works, and talk about having a light rail system that works is important, and not focus so much on having every single piece in place before we begin. I think we need to bear that in mind. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If you wouldn't mind coming back to me after we put the amendments on.
All right. That's fine. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Pass. Or I'd like, on the as amended, please.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Vercher, do you want to speak on the bill, or do you want to wait? I'm sorry, on the resolution, or do you want to wait until the amendments come on? Councilmember Vercher.
I want to wait until we're on the bill as amended.
Okay. All right.
The resolution.
All right, so that is it in the queue. So here is what I propose to do, and it's up to you all. What I'd like to do is take all three amendments at the same time. Is there any objection to taking all of them in one vote, voting on all the three amendments at the same time? Any objection? It's okay if there is, but this would allow us to vote for them all at the same time. Any objection? All right, so the motion is to approve all three amendments at the same time. Do we need a separate motion, or can we just do it?
Just get a motion.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a motion for all three at the same time. Councilmember Mendez has moved to approve all three amendments at the same time. I heard a second. Any discussion before we vote on the amendments? We're voting on them all at the same time. All right. All those in favor of all three amendments on RS 2020-656, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sure.
Okay. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right. Mr. Cooper, do your thing.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Any changes to that? All three amendments are on. 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. All right. Motion on the amendments passes. All right, now we're back on the discussion on the resolution as amended. We're on RS 2020-656 as amended. It's got three amendments on it, adopted all in one motion. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer 2 meetings.
Okay, so I've got a motion to defer 2 meetings. Is there a second?
Absolutely.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a second. So there's a motion to defer 2 meetings. I've got a second discussion on the deferral motion. Got a lot of hands in the queue. So I need to, let me go back to Councilmember Sledge, and then if you wish to be recognized, I'll go through the hands that are up. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A question for the administration. It was brought up by a member about concern about conversation with groups that appeared not to be involved, and then there was a comment about timeline. I know in discussions that I have heard from others about talking with the administration is that this is needs to be in place for the new administration. Is that accurate? This is a question for the administration.
Mr. Jameson, Ms. DeMassimo?
Thank you. Sir, that is true, but that doesn't mean that it needs to be in place the day of the inauguration. It needs to be in place as soon as possible because we are already working with the modal administrations and looking at what the opportunities are going to be and prepping to be competitive for those now.
Councilmember Sledge?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Massa. When is the earliest that we can apply for the grants that you're preparing for?
Administration?
I think we don't know that as yet.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I'll give a brief comment and then yield my time. I've got a lot of issues with just kind of how this is framed, period, but let's talk just purely about timeline, the deferral motion. The Biden administration, President-elect Biden does not get sworn in until Wednesday, January 20th. We have 2 meetings before then, which would allow us to get past the holidays and to have conversation and to resolve some of the issues the members have brought up over the course of this conversation about groups with whom this has been discussed, more intricate pieces of the plan, and just in general, kind of what this does and doesn't do. I'm a little concerned that the administration has characterized this as being what our constituents expect of us. I think each of us as council members, especially district council members, has to report to our constituents, and this is something I feel that my constituents have been interested in, is to ensure that this conversation is fleshed out and full. Giving a 2-meeting deferral would allow for that opportunity. A transportation secretary nominee was just named today. Hasn't been confirmed by the Senate, obviously, because the administration hasn't been sworn in. Just today. So to me, if we take a little bit of time, we use that old adage, we go a little slower to get there faster, I think we can get questions answered, folks engaged who were concerned haven't been engaged, and for me at least, a clear picture of what we're going to actually be funding in the year to come. We are waiting on monthly reports starting for October. And if we wait a couple of meetings, we'll have at least October's reports regarding expenses and revenues, and hopefully possibly November's based on the timeline. We'll have a clearer picture financially, we'll have a clearer picture for our constituents, and quite frankly, it'll make me more comfortable about making a decision about this plan. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. I'm going to go down the list. Councilmember Young, do you want to be heard on the motion to defer?
No, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to keep you on the list. Councilmember Vercher on the motion to defer? Okay. I see a no. Okay. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized at Councilmember Allen's seat.
Call the question.
Okay, so Councilmember Mendez has moved the previous question. So we are on the previous question. Here's how that works. I'm going to ask for the previous question, see who's in favor, who's against. If there's a no vote, we're going to have to do a roll call, correct?
Unless it's just 1 or 2 that we can identify.
Okay, all right. So what Mr. Cooper said was we will do a previous question so we're not voting on the deferral motion, we're just voting on the previous question. If there's more than a handful of no's, then we're on a roll call. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no. All right, Mr. Cooper.
On the previous question, voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hall, are you on? Can you hear us now?
I am, and I can.
Okay. So Councilmember Hall, voting yes on the previous question?
Yes, on the previous question.
All right, so the vote is now 39-0. So the previous question prevails. We're on the motion to defer. We're voting on that. It's a motion to defer 2 meetings. It's by Councilmember Sledge. So
probably will make a roll call. We can see.
yeah, let's go ahead and just do a roll call. I think that's better. So again, council members, we are on the vote on a motion to defer 2 meetings. We're on RS 2020-656, a motion to defer 2 meetings by Councilmember Sledge. It was properly seconded. Madam Clerk, I'm hitting your button. You ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's a roll call vote. If you're for the motion to defer, you will vote yes. If you are against the motion to defer, you will vote no. Everybody ready? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mendez.
No.
No. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Withers.
No.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Rees.
No.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
No.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
No.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
No.
Syracuse.
No.
Welsh.
Yes.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
No.
Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
No.
No. Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Yes. Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
No.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Yes. Rutherford.
No.
Stiles.
No.
No. Lee.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
No.
So didn't need to do that, do the math. 15 and 3. Yeah.
Okay, the vote is ayes 15, noes 24. Motion to defer fails. We're back on the resolution for passage. All right, so I'm going to go back to my list. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for the previous question on the resolution as amended, please.
All right, so Councilmember Young has moved the previous question. So we'll try to do this by voice vote. We're not voting on the resolution, just the previous question to get to the vote. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
All right, so I think I heard one no. Who voted no?
O'Connell.
Councilmember O'Connell, do you vote no? I think that was yes. Okay. So we're just trying to avoid having a roll call. So I think there was just one no. Councilmember O'Connell votes no. All right. So previous question prevails. We are on RS 2020-656 as amended. We'll try this by voice vote. You don't think so? All right. Let's try. So RS 2020-656 as amended. All those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Okay. So there were enough no's where I think we're going to have to do a voice vote, a roll call. So, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you will take the roll. So we're voting on, we are voting on RS 2020-656 as amended for passage. Okay. If you're for passage of 2020-656 as amended, you vote aye. If you're against it, you will vote no. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're ready to take the vote. Again, if you're for it, you're going to vote yes. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Mendez. Yes. Hurd.
Yes.
Allen.
Aye.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
No.
Parker.
Yes.
Withers.
Yeah.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Rees.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yeah.
Young.
Councilmember Young.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes, reluctantly.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
His vote was yes.
Yes. Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roden.
Yes.
Syracuse.
Yes.
Welsh.
Abstain.
Sledge.
No.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
Aye.
Hauser.
Yes.
Truffle.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Murphy.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
Yes.
Vercher.
No.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Yes. Rutherford.
Councilmember Rutherford.
Stiles.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Councilmember Young votes, is sending a message saying he votes yes.
Vice Mayor, I'm back.
Okay.
Of course, that was when my WebEx decided to crash, but my vote is aye.
Okay.
If we're still taking the vote.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Rutherford.
Aye.
Thank you.
33, 5, and 1.
The vote is 33 ayes, 5 noes, 1 abstention. 33, 5 to 1. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Resolution RS 2020-656, as amended, passes. We're now on to RS 2020-657 by Council Members Gamble and Johnston and others. It's a resolution appropriating $29,822,775 in CARES Act funds to certain accounts for the benefit of various metropolitan government departments. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This resolution is the final recommendation of the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee. We were charged with making our final recommendation by December 15th. This recommendation is to allocate the remaining $29,822,775 for COVID-related expenses, eligible expenses related to public health and public safety that we will spend by December 30th. This resolution also establishes a reserve, a fund from our operating budget in this amount to be used for COVID expenses as outlined in the resolution after December 30th. And there is an amendment to this resolution that clearly states what these funds and this established reserve fund will be used for, and at that time, if we want to go on and move the amendment before moving the bill.
All right, so let's do this. Let's get committee reports, Budget and Finance. Councilmember Porterfield.
Budget and Finance approved as amended, 9 for, 9 against, and 1 not voting.
How many against?
Let's try that again. Councilmember Porterfield, what was the vote?
It was 9 for, as amended, Vice Mayor, or?
As amended.
As amended, what was the vote?
Okay, as amended, it was 9 for, 1 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Got it. All right, Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor. We're on RS 2020-657.
Thank you. RS 2020-657, Health and Hospitals approved with the amendment, 5 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Gamble. Why don't I go ahead and get a motion on the resolution, and then we'll look at the amendment. Councilmember Gamble moves the resolution, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you have the amendment, so let's do that one first. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized.
Thanks. There's an amendment in the package. I think it's at page 14. I'd like to move that amendment with an explanation.
Okay, I've got a motion on the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you.
All right. When we talked about this at the last meeting and then the special called meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, 2 objections to the original version bubbled to the top. One was that there wasn't enough specificity about how the resulting savings of $29 million to the general fund would be spent. And the second was making sure that the council retained control over any catch-all funds described in Section 8. This amendment takes care of both of those objections by laying out in detail how the money that Councilmember Gamble described, the savings to the general fund from the appropriation of the last of the COVID money, how it'll all be spent. And its uses, there's a lot of need in the community, but it's hard to argue with the uses of this money. $3.7 million for assessment centers, and I won't read them all, but there's 9 different buckets that go through contact tracing, helping people experience homelessness, vaccine planning, a lot of things that are needs, and so that's what the amendment does, and I'd urge support of it.
All right, so you've heard the explanation from Councilmember Mendez. Again, it was moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I've got people in the queue, but I don't know if anybody wants to be heard on the amendment. So let me just go down the list. You can keep your hands up. Councilmember Vercher on the amendment? Councilmember Vercher on the amendment.
Hand, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Glover on the amendment. Take your hands down. Councilmember O'Connell on the amendment.
On the bill as amended, please.
All right. Councilmember Murphy on the amendment.
On the bill as amended, please.
Okay. That takes care of that. We are on the amendment. Okay, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Mr. Cooper.
Those voting in the affirmative: Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 39 in favor, 0 against.
All right, any corrections to that? Okay, so it's 39-0. 39-4, 0 against. Wait a minute, I heard something. Did somebody have a comment?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Suara, change on the vote?
No, not in the vote. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the vote is 39-4, 0 against. The amendment passes. We're now on the resolution as amended. Now we've got people in the queue, so I'm going to go down the list.
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Suara.
I do have a late file amendment that I will need to suspend rules for before we take up the bill as amended.
Okay, unless there's an objection from the people who want to talk about the resolution as amended, I'm going to go to Councilmember Suara first because she has an amendment. Councilmember Suara, give us a brief explanation of the amendment, and then I'm going to have to go, because it's late filed, I'm going to have to go to Rules Committee to find out what happened, and then we'll see if you can suspend the rules. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. The amendment basically amends Section 8 of the resolution to ensure that we expand the use of the fund to not just emergency services only. And that came out of the need for rental and mortgage assistance based on the response to what has been going on with United Way and Metro Action Commission. There's a whole lot of need there. I know the resolution allocates money for rental assistance already for the 3.8, but considering what's going on and the need there, we might run into where we may need additional money. And Section 8, as written right now, limits the spending to only emergency responses only. And so what this amendment does is expand it a little bit to add the support for mortgage, rent, and utilities to what the leftover in Section 8 can be used for. With that,
Okay, so Councilmember Suara, it was a late filed. Councilmember Johnston, Rules Committee?
Yes, Rules Committee had no objection.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. All right, so Councilmember Suara has moved to suspend the rules to get this amendment before the body. Is there objection to the suspension of the rules? I'm looking for hands. This is almost very difficult to do. So is there objection? If you will unmute, if there's objections, let me know. All right, no objection. Councilmember Suara, you're on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm asking for support of the amendment just to make sure that we had a little bit money, or at least the possibility that if we do need it, we do not make the resolution so restrictive that we're not able to allocate in the future to rent and mortgage relief. With that, I move for the approval of the amendment.
Okay, so I've still got people in the queue. Anybody who wishes to be heard on the amendment? Okay. All right, seeing none, we are ready to vote. We're on Councilmember Suara's amendment. It's amendment number 2 RS 2020-657. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Mr. Cooper? There you go.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 39 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Any change to that? Seeing none, 39 to 0. The amendment passes. You're now on RS 2020-657 as amended. It's got 2 amendments on it. Okay, now we're going to go through the queue. I've got Councilmember Vircher. You're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I didn't have my hand up.
All right. You had it up before, so I'm just going back through my list. Councilmember Glover, you wish to be recognized?
I'm going to say basically what I said yesterday. There's a number of things about this, especially the reserve funds, that make me extremely uncomfortable. For that reason, I will not be supporting this bill. It was pretty clear on how the money had to be spent. I think that we are entering very gray areas in water, so therefore there's no way I can support this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have spoken at length with the administration, and I want to make sure that all the council representatives to our oversight understand that I am perpetually grateful for the work they've poured into this. I think where we've come down on this, and part of the reason I want to be clear that I'm not speaking to be either dismissive or disrespectful to our oversight members, is since we first were awarded CARES Act funding for local allocation, in the time period of April and May, I have been calling for an accelerated distribution of these funds into the community. I pass by, hear from businesses in District 19 on a weekly basis that are closing, at risk of closing. I hear from people who are at risk of losing homes. And what we have done is we have basically, been slow enough in our, we didn't even start this process at the Oversight Committee until after the budget had passed in July. We had an opportunity to spend more of this money more quickly. Yes, I know we would have shouldered more of the risk going into 2021 had we spent this down by October or November. And I think that's actually reasonable. It's a reasonable position for Metro to bear more risk than vulnerable Nashvillians. And I think, even now, we have seen the CDC issue guidelines helping with what the cost would be to help schools to reopen for in-person learning. And I think this is what we should have been doing starting as soon as the money was available instead of waiting until the Oversight Committee kicked into gear after June 30th. And so at this point, I think I've got a sufficiently different outlook from the administration that I can't support this approach.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell, any further comments?
That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, I have my question a little bit related to budget. I just wanted to make the comment based on hearing what I heard budget yesterday. That while we would have had and we do have overtime for our fire, police, and EMS right now, we would not be having as much overtime needed if we fully staffed our public safety departments the way that we should and the way that our staffing reports have showed us in the past. And so I want you all to remember that as we take this money and spend this money on overtime, that we need to remember that next budget cycle, and we need to fully fund and fully staff those positions. So we'll still have to pay overtime.
we would not be paying as much. And in the long run, it's more efficient use of our taxpayer dollars. So I just wanted to share that. Again, I think that we'd have to be spending this money anyway, especially, but it wouldn't be so hard on us, and it wouldn't be more money for other costs that are needed.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I took my hand down. Thank you very much. I don't need to be recognized anymore.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I definitely appreciate the CARES Committee's hard work on this. Y'all did an amazing job. I wanted to ask about the bill as amended, specifically I guess it would be the Mendez amendment that sort of put the spending into different buckets. And for the administration, I guess this would be for finance. I specifically had a question regarding the $8 million bucket, which I'll just call the personnel bucket. I've been reached out to by numerous stakeholders, representatives of Metro employees in different departments, about how hazard pay was issued and how that process worked. So my question is, would any of this $8 million be eligible for additional hazard pay compensation for Metro workers who have been kind of on the front lines in this response?
Mary Jo Wiggins.
Okay. All right, so I believe that's being directed to Ms. Wiggins, who is, I'm looking to see if, Ms. Wiggins, are you on the call?
I am here.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yep, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Parker, the funding in the $29.8 million allocation does not include anything for hazard pay. The hazard pay program was March 16th through November 30th. It was fully funded by the federal funds to the tune of actually $21 million, originally estimated at 20.
Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. And the determinations as to which employees did receive hazard pay and which did not, by whom were those determinations made?
So the criteria was originally set, there were three pieces of criteria based on our understanding of the federal guidelines, and we also had it reviewed by external legal counsel to ensure that it could be as broad as possible, but still be considered eligible. And the criteria, in short, were that they had to be a critical infrastructure employee as defined by the Department of Homeland Security. They had to be facing repeated exposure to the virus that could not be mitigated, and they had to be in a position that was difficult to fill. Should we have individuals leave, we would not be able to fully address the emergency response. So those were the primary three criteria.
Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. And I guess I'm just curious. I've seen like a very high-level breakdown of the hazard pay program. For example, sanitation workers or the parks folks that are downtown, sort of helping with our response. Were those folks included in the hazard pay program?
I don't have the list of the departments. We did have public works employees that were submitted and were approved for eligibility. I just don't have specific roles in front of me.
Thank you so much. And Vice Mayor, that's all I've got. Thank you to the administration.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, finding my mute button.
That's okay.
I appreciate the work that the committee has done, and am wondering if one of those members could again respond to the question of, was there a time when people asked them for money and they had to turn them away because it had already been allocated? I mean, I feel like what I've heard them say is they allotted money and they paced what was given out. No one ever came to them and said, we need funding, and they said, no, we're out of it, but we're saving it for next year. If one of those members could assure us of that, I think that would be helpful for the viewing audience to hear.
Who wants that one? Mr. Jameson, Ms. Wiggins?
One of the committee members.
One of the committee members? All right, so I've got Councilmember Johnston. Why don't you get your hand up? I'm going to recognize you.
Thank you. So as far as your question, there were departments within Metro, for example, General Services and the Police Department, OEM. They all came to us and presented very specific need as it relates to COVID-19. Because the committee did not feel that was an emergency. You know, it would be nice to have extra vehicles for the police, fire, OEM. It would be nice to have, a new HVAC system or a filtration system for general services. It wasn't an emergency like small business relief was an emergency. Rent, mortgage, and utility or Metro's response was something that had to be paid. And so we chose to, I guess in a way we said no, because we were really trying to look at what we had left after we were taking care of those needs that we felt was an emergency. So first was rent, mortgage, utility, small business, the arts, live music venues, things like that were about to close, about to be kicked out of their homes, that type of thing. We were seeing the rest of the money still down. And we also knew that we were going to have need after December 30th. And so we wanted to say, hey, before we allocate dollars to departments that it's not an emergency, it's not 100% necessary. Yes, it's needed, but not necessary. We wanted to make sure that we were taking care of what we had to. And so we really felt strongly about creating reserve because we don't know if the federal government is going to be allocating municipalities any more money. We know that we have to spend this money or allocate and spend this money by December 30th. So we needed to do that in a responsible way that also took care of Metro and know we were going to have need beyond that in the community so that we could spend money without the restriction that it was expenses dated December 30th or before. And so to your question, sort of we said no, but really we just said we need to make sure that we're taking care of everything that we absolutely have to first. And if there's anything left over, we will absolutely come back to you because we understand that there is great need. I hope that answers your question.
Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can just ask one clarifying question. So to the people who came to you with requests for rent relief, mortgage relief, small business relief, were you in general able to meet the needs of those groups outside of Metro?
Yes, if they fell within the guidelines that we put together, which, unfortunately, especially for small business, we could not take care of every business in the county that $121 million would have gone in 30 seconds. And so we did have restrictions of annual revenues, $1 million or less, that type of thing. If they fell within that, they should have been taken care of, and we actually reallocated from other allocations to add to the small business. And Mary Jo can probably answer this, the latest report that I've seen from United Way, they are close, but they still have not sent through that entire $10 million as of today. But Mary Jo, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Thank you. That's my question.
Councilmember Allen, thank you. All right, Councilmember Johnston, you were next.
Okay, thanks. So part of it I've already said, but I do want to acknowledge Councilman O'Connell's point that, I wish, too, that we could have gotten started sooner. I agree there. 2020 hindsight, I don't know. Again, to his point, that we do have great need, and we did have to very narrowly focus our allocations to help as many people as we possibly could with a meaningful grant. meaning that, if we were to help some huge business, all we could give is a small amount, which would be a drop in the bucket and really would not truly be meaningful help to them. But these small and micro businesses, for example, could be helped with a $10,000 grant. So we really tried to be thoughtful about that. But there is absolutely a great amount of need. Again, I will reiterate that we were very thoughtful in creating this reserve fund because we have no guarantee that the federal government will be allocating any more funds. And we also know that there is going to be great need after December 30th. And so even if we were to, for example, give United Way $5 million right now, if there's a difference between that money being allocated and that money being spent. And the federal guidelines are very clear about it not only has to be allocated, but it has to be spent by December 30th on expenses dated before December 30th. And so if we were to have done that, that money away, a lot of that would come back to us because there's just no way for them to process that. And it can't be applied to January rent, February rent. So we were really trying to be thoughtful about the need in the community, number one, that we wanted to be able to help in that capacity. Also, Metro is going to have an extensive amount of things as relates to vaccines, continuing PPP. There was a long list that someone, I think maybe it was Councilman Mendez, that was starting to do it, I'm sure. But we've got to be able to pay for these, very vital things that are a part of Metro's response to this pandemic. And so we couldn't do that after December 30th if we didn't create this reserve fund. So it was done very purposely, very thoughtfully, and I understand that it's kind of a large thing to wrap your heads around because there are a lot of restrictions and guidelines and all that, and not everybody's been paying attention to it the way that we, the three of us on the committee, have been hyper-focused on it. But I hope that you guys can respect that we really have tried to be very thoughtful and equitable and conservative and responsible with these very, very limited dollars that we have for great needs.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And first, let me say thanks to the committee for that clarifying explanation. And I just want to say that it's part of being responsible with our money that you do say no to certain people, as you have suggested that you did. And I think that it's very responsible on your part to create the kind of reserve fund that you did. So I'm in complete support of what the committee did. And I'd also want to say I rise in support of this resolution. And I've watched the committee members from the council having had to address a number of questions to them. And I've been really impressed with the number of hours and the seriousness with which they have taken their responsibility. So I just want to publicly thank Councilmember Sepulveda, Councilmember Gamble, and Councilmember Johnston for all the tremendous work you put into this. And I very much appreciate you taking this duty responsibly. And again, thank you for your work, and I support your resolution.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
There you are.
I just want to go back a little bit to Councilwoman Allen's question. Just to give you guys some background to some of the thought process, we absolutely wish we could have given funds out sooner. I agree that would have been what everyone wanted. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it that way. Some of the money that we gave early on, our goal was to make sure that small businesses and people were taken care of first. And so you saw that was the first money that came out of the committee. And we put money in first and we asked for reporting. And the reason for the reporting was to make sure that different parts of the city, the zip codes, ethnicities were receiving adequate funds, and this was being done in an equitable way. And so as we got reports back, we looked at things that we needed to adjust and then move the money around that way. There were several groups that came to us asking for funds, and we honestly don't have enough funds to make sure that everyone's taken care of. But the number one priority was the people of Nashville and those who were going to get kicked out of homes and businesses that were going to close. So I'll keep it short. That the way we did things. If we don't approve this resolution, we are going to lose the funds, and that's just the reality of it, unfortunately, at this point. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Yes, I rise in support of the resolution, and a little bit to Councilmember O'Connell's point. I'm sure we could have got this money out a whole lot faster if we just said finance director or mayor's office, take care of it, distribute it as you think you need to, get it done quick. But we wanted to be more deliberate, more responsible. We wanted to have more input. We put together a committee from all sectors of the economy and our national citizens, small businesses and the like. And those things always take a little extra time. So I don't think we ought to be overly critical of the fact that it took long. It's just part of the process when you start doing committee things. And I think it's very important that we maintain these funds as long as we can. So the reserve, I think, is a great idea, and I'm glad that we've been able to work that out.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Okay, so I think I've gotten through everybody once, but I want to make sure.
Vice Mayor, you did not get to me yet.
Well, I did get to you once because you had the amendment, so now I'm coming back to people who have already spoken. So, Councilmember Sawarri, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Sorry, I didn't mean. But what I wanted to do, I just wanted to make sure that in explaining this to our constituents, in how we describe this, that we're using the right terminology and we're not using terms that will not be in compliance with the CARES Act. I think word like leftover does not apply. Spending the money, creating a reserve to spend the money in 2021 does not apply. What's happening is that we have amounts that we were able to identify based on the change in the federal regulation that says that you can take money you already spent and use them to meet the obligation of these grants. So we look in our general fund, we found money for security and safety that we've spent. We now use that as we move it to the CARES Act funding, and that way we completely spent all the CARES Act money. There's no money left in the CARES Act fund. All of it was spent with the allocation, plus money that we already spent on safety that met the criteria. And so that money is spent. What we are putting in the reserve fund is the savings. So when we move money from general funds to CARES fund, it created a savings. That savings is what we're now creating the reserve with, that we're now saying that federal regulation is gone, criteria is no longer there, this money is free, is our unrestricted money that we save because the government allows us to reimburse itself, and that's what's going to in the reserve. That's what we're allocating. That's what we're spending. So I want to make sure that we clarify that, because I don't want us to have to come back and use language that feels like we were not in compliance with the terms of the CARES Act. So I want to explain that to everybody, I think, so we get it, and as we're explaining to others, that we can use the right word. So no money left, it's just a savings. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash.
Previous question.
Previous question. Councilmember Cash has called for the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No. No.
So this was just on the previous question. So I've got, I think, Glover and Swope.
O'Connell and Swope, I think is who I heard.
Councilmember O'Connell, a no? Councilmember O'Connell.
Sorry, take a minute to unmute. I was not a no. I was a yes on the previous question.
Okay, so I think I've got Swope, Glover. Anybody else? You good?
Yep.
Okay, previous question prevails. We are now on RS 2020-657 as amended.
I do need to, sorry, I think I'm supposed to read the, I have to read the affirmatives into the record.
Oh. Sorry. So Mr. Cooper has to read all the affirmatives into the record. All right, Mr. Cooper, there you go.
Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
That was beautiful. Thank you. Any changes to that? All right, so that would have been, what, 37 to 2? Okay. Okay, so previous question prevails. We are now on the resolution RS 2020-657 as amended. If you're for the resolution, say aye. If you're against it, say no. We'll do it by voice vote, and then we'll see. All those in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 No. No.
I think I've got 4.
So I think I heard.
So I heard Glover, Swope, Hall, and Sledge. There was another no. Oh, Councilmember O'Connell, a no?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Sledge, please don't list me as a no. I'm an aye.
Okay. So Councilmember Sledge, I'm sorry. So Councilmember Sledge is an aye. So I've got Glover, Swope, Hall, and O'Connell as a no. All right, Mr. Cooper, there you go.
In the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Swara, Toombs, Gamble, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 35 in favor, 4 against.
Okay, it's 35 to 4. Any corrections to that? Resolution RS 2020-657 as amended passes. All right, thank you. All right, we are now on RS 2020-658 by Council Members Johnston, Gamble, and others. It's a resolution accepting the recommendations of the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee, amending RS 2020-394 to expand the permitted use of funds, thereby allowing Metro Nashville Public Schools to use CARES Act funds for students and teacher laptop computers, hotspots, and pre-K through grade 12, virtual curriculum for students, and school supplies for learning at home. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. So as people will probably recall, before the Oversight Committee was created, the council allocated $24 million to MNPS for 2 specific things. You might correct me if I'm wrong, but it was very limited. It was the student laptops and hotspots. Subsequent to that allocation from Metro's CARES Act funds, the state came in and allocated around $11 million for that same reason. Motion and committee report.
It's okay. All right, so let's get the committee reports in first. I got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Porterfield.
Budget and Finance approved 9-4, 1 against, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember, this is Education, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, Education voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so Councilmember Johnston, back to you.
Sorry, I'll pick up where I left off. So it created basically an $11 million over allocation for those 2 specific uses. And so we went back to the resolution. This is just changing what they can spend money on to expand that to teacher laptops, more hotspots, pre-K through grade 12 virtual curriculum, and supplies for learning at home. It just gives them more flexibility with that extra money.
All right, let's get a motion on it. Councilmember Johnston.
I move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Discussion on Resolution RS 2020-658. I'm looking through. I see one hand up. Councilmember Nash, do you want to be recognized, or is that from before?
Sorry.
All right, his hand has gone away. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to vote no on this also because there's not enough money we can throw on virtual learning with Metro Nashville schools that's going to actually make a difference, in my opinion. You know, I do know a little bit about this stuff, and virtual learning is just not working. And, you know, parents need to have some choices, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Let me see if there's anybody else in the queue. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know virtual learning is not working for everybody, but I'm happy it's working for my kids and some others, and appreciate the teachers' effort that they're putting in and know that every bit they have is going to make it a little bit easier. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote. So we're on RS 2020-658. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
All right, so I think I've got one. Councilmember Glover, I think you're the one no vote. All right, Mr. Cooper?
In the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 38.
38 for, 1 against. Any corrections to that? Any corrections?
I think you guys didn't by 11, show them at the college.
I don't think that was a correction. I think there was just somebody talking. 38 for, 1 against. Resolution RS 2020-658 passes. All right, we're now on.
They're all in the.
Turn off your mic.
So somebody has got their mic on. So you may want to just turn it off. Okay. So the next item is RS 2020-689. It's item number 20 on the resolution calendar. RS 2020-689 by Council Members Nash and Stiles. Resolution approving the use of cameras for data collection through the curb loading zone management pilot by the Metropolitan government acting through the Department of Public Works in collaboration with Flow, Inc. Councilmember Nash, you are recognized.
Public Works voted 9-4-0 against to defer for 1 meeting.
Okay, so Councilmember Nash, I think that would be, if the Public Works Committee did it, it's deferred by rule, 1 meeting?
The motion needs to be to defer for purposes of holding a public hearing at the next meeting.
All right, so so apparently you have to hold a public hearing at the next meeting. So your motion needs to be to defer 1 meeting for the purposes of having a public hearing, a public meeting on this resolution.
So moved.
Sounds like a plan. So I've got a motion to do that, properly seconded. Any discussion? I've got Glover and Rosenberg. I think those are hands up from before. Okay, they're gone. So the motion is on RS 2020-689 is to defer 1 meeting for the purposes of having a public hearing on this particular resolution. That's the motion. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. All right, Mr. Cooper?
In the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 39-0.
All right, 39-0. Any corrections to that? Hearing none, resolution is deferred one meeting for the purposes of having a public hearing on that one. We're now on item number 23, RS 2020-692 by Councilmember Hurt. Resolution requesting the Davidson County Sheriff's Office and the Tennessee Department of Corrections to identify and segregate incarcerated persons who are at high risk of complications associated with COVID-19. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Yep, Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much. First of all, I want to thank the Public Safety Committee for supporting the resolution that was filed. It was discussed in the meeting if I had reached out to the sheriff, and I had not. And I subsequently did. And he told me that while he appreciates and supports what it is that I'm talking about doing, they are already doing it. And he also told me that he was disappointed, however, that I did not reach out to him originally. And I apologize to him, but I've had so much going on, and so had he, that it just literally slipped my mind. But he also indicated that he had received contacts from other council members that asked him why was I doing this to him. So I wanted to make it a record that anything that I do, it comes from a good place. It comes from the heart and from a public servant's place. And it is not for any political reason, gain, or fame. So if any of the council members felt that a need to do that, I would have appreciated them reaching out to me. So with that, I ask that this legislation be withdrawn, and I thank you very much.
All right, so Councilmember Hurt withdraws her legislation. All right, thank you, Councilmember. Resolution is withdrawn. We're now on RS 2020-693 by Councilmembers Pulley and Cash. This is a resolution recognizing Sarah Fuller as the first female player in a Southeastern Conference and Power 5 college football game. Councilmember Pulley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Rules, confirmations, and public elections voted 5 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
As amended. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
I believe I have to suspend the rules to move the amendment. Is that correct?
I believe because it's, was it late filed? It was late filed. So Councilmember Pulley, you do have to suspend the rules.
I would ask to suspend the rules.
All right. Councilmember Johnston, the amendment obviously came before you all, and you didn't have any trouble with it. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had no objection.
All right. Councilmember Pulley has moved to suspend the rules to get a late filed amendment before this body. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Pulley, the rules are suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. The amendment, I think you all know that the resolution honors and the accomplishments of Sarah Fuller, the first female to play in a Power 5 game, Power 5 conference game in college football. The reason for the late filed amendment is that in addition to being the first one to play in a game a couple of weeks ago, this past weekend against their rival, she became the first female to actually score in a game. So we wanted to attach that amendment, and we didn't want to wait another meeting to do it because her career is now over. So all this amendment does is recognize the fact that she did cross that threshold of scoring this past weekend. And so with that, I would move the amendment.
You've heard the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you very much. I will make one correction. Her career is not ended, just maybe in football. I'm sure we're going to see her on the soccer field again. I wanted just to move that all those voting in affirmative on this resolution
are added as sponsors to it.
All right, Councilmember Pulley, you okay with that? I know we're on the amendment. You okay with the everybody being added as a co-prime sponsor on this one?
Absolutely, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, let's get the amendment done. Any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment on this resolution say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. 39 in favor, 0 against.
39 in favor of the amendment, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Amendment passes. Councilmember Pulley, you're on your resolution as amended.
I would move approval of the resolution as amended.
All right, we've got a motion to approve the resolution as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, so it's 39 for, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right, the resolution RS 2020-693 passes as amended. Councilmember Pulley, if you can, we'd love to have Ms. Fuller show up, and we'd love to have the rest of that soccer team show up as well so we can recognize them. So anyway, we'll see if we can get Ms. Fuller to show up. The next thing we've got is item 26. It's RS 2020-695 by Councilmember Hancock, Druffel, and others. It's a resolution in support of Metro Nashville Public Schools' full implementation of sustainable practices throughout the school district. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Rules, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Rules, confirmations, and public elections voted 5 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Hancock, back to you.
So I need to move the amendment, please.
So I think, did you say move the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Hancock has moved the amendment properly. Seconded. Explanation of the amendment?
This is a kind of housekeeping amendment to delete the 8th recital in its entirety and replace it with a current sustainability advisory committee that's in the mayor's office instead of recreating the wheel.
All right, you've heard the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Nobody's hands are up. We are on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, Councilmember Hancock has moved. Indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, 39 for, 0 against. Any corrections to that? The motion to move the amendment passes. Councilmember Hancock, you're on your resolution as amended.
I hate to do this to Mr. Cooper. I think it's going to be an auctioneer before this is over, but I'd like to move the resolution as amended. Second.
Right. Okay, so Councilmember Hancock has moved the resolution as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're on Resolution RS 2020-695 as amended. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, 39 for the resolution as amended, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, RS 2020-695 as amended passes. All right, that completes the matters that are on your consent agenda. We have two late filed resolutions. I've got, the first one is by Councilmember Nash. It's a resolution approving Amendment 3 to the Solid Waste Collection Services contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Public Works and Waste Industries for a change in weekly collection schedule. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, I've got a committee report from Budget and Finance. Councilmember Porterfield.
I don't believe I have that one, Vice Mayor. I only have one late file resolution.
That's right, yeah, the Toombs one did.
Only the Toombs one went there. Okay, so that's correct. So hold on to that one. So let me see if I've got Nash's. Councilmember Nash, Public Works, did they take that one up?
We did. We were in favor, 8-4-0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Johnston, did it come to rules because it was late filed?
It did, and we had no objection.
Okay, all right, thank you. I believe any other committees take that one up? And this is a late filed one. Sometimes we're just trying to make sure we've got them all there. All right, Councilmember Nash, you are going to have to move to suspend the rules to get this one in front of us.
I would ask that we suspend the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Nash has moved to suspend the rules on RS, well, it doesn't have a number. It's a resolution, it's that contract between Nashville and Public Works and Waste Industries. Any objection to suspending the rules? Seeing none, you're on your resolution. Rules are suspended. Councilmember Nash.
So moved. So moved. And for those who might not know exactly what this is, you may remember the Public Works worked out a new contract with Red River to go from 4 days to 5-day service. And they really improved the service for many of us. This is kind of a continuation of that. This is to get waste management on the same schedule with the rest of the Metro. And it is no extra cost, just a change in the way to do business.
All right, you've heard Councilmember Nash. He has moved for approval of the late file resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution from Councilmember Nash, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, 39 for, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. We got one other late file resolution. This is by Councilmember Toombs. This is a resolution appropriating a total of $200,000 to the Nashville Public Library and $183,000 from social services to various nonprofit organizations selected to receive Community Partnership Fund grants. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so you want to get committee reports first?
Sure.
All right, so we'll go to rules. Let's go Budget and Finance. Councilmember Porterfield.
Budget and Finance approved 9-4-0 against.
Public Health. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Health, hospitals, and social services approved 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, I believe Parks had this one. Councilmember Van Reese.
Yes, sir. Parks, Libraries, and Arts voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. All right, thank you. And then Rules. So Councilmember Johnston, what happened in Rules Committee?
We had no objection to the late file.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs, now you need to move to suspend the rules.
suspend the rules.
All right, so there's been a motion to, a request to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspending the rules to get this late filed resolution before the body? Seeing none, Councilmember Toombs, the rules are suspended. You're on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This resolution takes some CARES Act funds that were appropriated to the Nashville Public Library and Social Services and gives those funds to a variety of different nonprofit organizations. And since CARES Act funds have to be spent by the end of this month, and this is our last meeting of the month, it's important that this resolution passes today. So with that, I move for approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on that late file resolution? Seeing none, we're on the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, 39 for, 0 against on that late file resolution by Councilmember Toombs. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, resolution passes 39 for, 0 against. That completes resolutions. We're now on bills on introduction, first reading. Any bills that need to be taken separately? I am checking. Anybody need to move a bill off of first consideration? Seeing none, we'll take all those bills at the same time. Can I have a motion to get those in front of us? Got a motion properly seconded. Okay, so all bills on introduction, first reading be taken up on the same motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, so the vote is 39 for, 0 against. All bills on first reading passes.
All right, council members, we've got a consent agenda for second reading. I will go through and identify the ones on the consent agenda and then see whether anybody wants to take something off. The items on second reading for consent agenda are item 43, which is BL 2020-550, item 45, BL 2020-552, item 47, BL 2020-554, item 48, BL 2020-555, item 50, BL 2020-557, item 51, BL 2020-558, item 52, BL 2020-559, item 53, BL 2020-560, item 54, BL 2020-561, item 55, BL 2020-562, item 56, BL 2020-563, and item 57, BL 2020-564. Does anybody want to take any of those items off the consent agenda for second reading? All right. Hearing no objections, I'm going to read the caption for those items. BL 2020-550 amends section 2.222.030 of the Metro Code relative to required disclosures. Item 45, BL 2020-552 approves a contract between the Mayor's Office and the United Way of Middle Tennessee to provide one-on-one financial counseling and other financial education activities at no charge to low-income residents in accordance with the Financial Empowerment Program model. BL 2020-554 approves an amendment to a contract for the provision of body camera equipment between WatchGuard, Inc. and Metro Government. BL 2020-555 adopts the Geographic Information Systems Street and Alley Centerline layer with the recordation of renaming, additions, and deletions of acceptances and abandonments as the official street and alley acceptance and maintenance record for the Metropolitan government. BL 2020-557 abandons alley number 922 right-of-way from Wedgwood Avenue northward to Blakemore Avenue. BL 2020-558 abandons existing water pumping station brick building associated easement and to retain the remaining public utility and drainage easements located at 801 Stoner Mill Lane. BL 2020-559 accepts new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for properties located at 6434 Pettis Road and 7224 Old Burkett Road. BL 2020-560 accepts new water and sanitary sewer mains, a fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Maxwell Road unnumbered. BL 2020-561 accepts new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for properties located at Maxwell Drive unnumbered. BL 2020-562 abandons existing public sanitary sewer mains and easements and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for three properties located at 307, 309, and 313 31st Avenue North. BL 2020-563 authorizes Metro Government to rehabilitate an existing sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manhole and to accept a new sanitary sewer manhole and easements for properties located at 315 Interstate Drive. And the last one, BL 2020-564 authorizes Metro Government to accept new water main, one fire hydrant assembly, a sanitary sewer manhole, and easements for property located at 350 Harding Place. Before I do committee reports, take one last pass at seeing whether anybody wants to take any of those off consent. Not seeing any hands. We'll move on to the committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Councilman. Was that BL 22554?
It's 552 and 554 for you.
For 554, it's 9 in favor and 0 against. And for 552, give me one moment. I didn't see 552. For 552, that's 11 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, Historical, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. You voted 15 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Gamble for Public Safety.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Public Safety recommended a one meeting deferral, 8 in favor, 1 against.
Is that for 554?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on 494. 554. Oh, I don't have 554. I'm not sure why it's.
Yeah, she should. That's the WatchGuard contract that went to public safety.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do. I see 554. I apologize. 554. Committee recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works approved 2020-555, 557, 558, 559, 560, 561, 562, 563, 564, 940 against.
Thanks very much. Rules, Confirmation, Public Elections, Councilmember Johnston. You're muted.
Mute button. We voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
On 550?
On 550, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And then finally, Traffic, Parking, and Transportation, Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you. I think we had BL 2020-557. We voted 3 in favor, 0 against.
And can you move the consent agenda, please?
I'd be happy to do that. I will move the consent agenda for approval.
All right, is there a second? All right, the consent agenda, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And any opposed, say no. Hearing none, Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, thank you. The
39 to 0.
The consent agenda on second reading passes 39 in favor, 0 against, and back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. All right. So the first bill up on second reading that was not on the consent calendar is BL 2020-492 by Councilmember Rosenberg. It's an ordinance to amend Section 12.36.110 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to weight restrictions on certain roads. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
All right. I've got Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works moved for a 2-meeting deferral to give the bill a chance to go before the Traffic and Parking Commission, 0 for, 8 against.
All right, and...
I'm sorry, correct me, 8 for, 0 against.
All right, no problem. And Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were 3 in favor, 0 against to defer for 2 meetings.
Okay, and back to you, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. I'd like to make that motion, although it's the third deferral, so it'll be indefinite, but I move for a 2-meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to defer this 2 meetings. We will properly seconded. So Councilmember Rosenberg, I think it has to be referred to Traffic and Parking Commission, and because it is a third deferral, it's by rule, it's an indefinite deferral.
Right.
Do we go ahead and vote, or is it just, we have to vote on the motion?
Yeah, since we have to vote on the motion.
Okay. So we're going to vote. The motion is to defer 2 meetings. Because it's a third deferral, if it passes, by rule, it's an indefinite deferral. It's a matter of whatever. But Councilmember Rosenberg can bring it back. It still has to go back to the Traffic and Parking Commission. All right. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer 2 meetings, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, so the motion is for 39 for, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, motion passes 39 for, 0 against. We're on item number 41, BL 2020-494 by Councilmember Stiles and Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code relative to the use of license plate scanners by law enforcement for the prosecution of reckless drivers. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you report, please?
Yep, Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Public Safety recommended a 1-meeting deferral, 8 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Rutherford, Personnel.
Yes, Mr. President, on the amendment, we voted 6 in favor, 0 against, and on the bill as amended, we voted 3 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. The amendment, can we move the amendment?
So Councilmember has an amendment that she would like to move. So Councilmember Stiles has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So originally the bill was to utilize license plate readers to address solely drag racing. The amendment now has added the additional element of utilizing the hot list, which is license plate readers, so that if a license plate or a vehicle was stolen, if a car was going in excess of 70 miles per hour, it would also trigger the hot list to see if that vehicle has been stolen. In addition, the amendment also states that non-offender data will only be held for 30 days, and that this would actually be a pilot program for 6 months. And at the 5-month mark, we would be able to look at the data and see if it's been effective, to make a decision if we would like to move forward and implement this permanently, or if the program is not working. It also stipulates that there are only certain people that would have access to the data, that you have to go into the NCIC system, the criminal justice system. Certain people would have access to that. The system itself cannot be used for surveillance either. So those are the additions.
All right, so you've heard the amendment. Councilmember Stiles has moved the amendment. Was properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. I was in purchase that cameras could not gauge. Could somebody confirm that for me?
We're having trouble hearing you, Councilmember Murphy. Say it again.
I heard her question, Vice Mayor, if I can go ahead and answer.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me, just for everybody's benefit, what was the question?
She wanted to know if it was possible to track speed as well as use the license plate readers.
No, my question was if the license plate readers can gauge speed. Like, are they shooting radar as well?
Yes.
Okay. That's just been stated differently to me, and so I guess before we get to third reading, I'd like to see documentation of that.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy's asked for some documentation. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That is not a problem, Councilmember Murphy. I'm more than happy to send you information. There are 2 companies that I have been speaking with that would be able to provide the trailers that do both.
All right, so we're still on the amendment on Councilmember Stiles' bill. Other discussion? I'm checking. All right, nobody else in the queue. We're on the amendment on 2024-94. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, so I've got 1 no. It sounds like Councilmember Nash.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the...
All right, somebody else vote no?
Pulley is a no.
Pulley is a no. Wait a minute, who else is a no?
Johnston.
Johnston is...
I have a point of order as well. This is deferred in public safety. So isn't it deferred by Rule 1 meeting?
So the rules provide that the committees you can only have 1 deferral by rule, and this bill has been deferred 3 times. If there is a motion to defer tonight, it cannot be deferred by rule, because it was deferred indefinitely by rule and then brought back. It has to be acted upon up or down tonight.
Okay, then I would make a motion to defer 1 meeting.
Well, hold on. We're in the middle of a vote. Okay, so I'll come back to you. All right, so...
that was Pulley, Johnston, Nash.
I've got Nash, Pulley, Johnston voting no. We're just trying to check before we take the roll call. All right, so Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Verchert, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg. That would be 36.
36 for, 3 against on the amendment. Any corrections? Amendment passes 36-3. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to make a brief comment. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Stiles says move for approval as amended of her bill on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Yes, so I have proposed this bill as a pilot so that not only the council but the community can feel comfortable. I've had several conversations with the Community Oversight Board, Human Rights Commission, other individuals that feel more comfortable about doing a pilot so that we can check the audit system, see how it works, and try it out in a narrow view before we roll out a wider use of LPRs. And so I think this is a good compromise, and I think this would benefit us that we can begin to use LPRs. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, so Councilmember Stiles has moved for approval of her bill as amended on second reading. I've got people in the queue. All right.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I forgot to mention something.
Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In addition, if there are concerns in regards to the financial toll that this would potentially take, I did want to share that there are 2 companies that would like to provide these items for us for the 6 months without a financial cost. There is nothing on the front end or the back end, just so that we would be able to try the system out. So, and I can send information on both to everyone.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Let's go through the queue. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have, I guess, one question, parliamentary or rules related first, that I wanted to make sure I understood correctly. So this legislation cannot be deferred to the January 5th meeting. It either needs to be up or down tonight. Is that how I understood it, Mr. Cooper?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Cooper?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So there's another piece of legislation that will be on second at the January 5th meeting. It seems to be a much more thorough piece regarding some of this, but I guess my main concern and why I cannot support this legislation is, yes, I understand that there are apparently some vendors willing to provide this for a 6-month period. However, I'm very hesitant to us to approve to go into some sort of a pilot program with something like that without our own procurement staff vetting whatever these agreements would be with those vendors, so that we're not getting into something that, yes, maybe the sales rep or account executive would tell Councilmember Stiles or whoever, oh, yeah, you can get into that. But the other thing is, if we're going to get into something like that, that needs to be an open bid process, because I'm sure there's numerous vendors that do these sorts of things. I just don't know that that this is really the best way to go about solving the issue that seems to be going on, particularly in Southeast. And this is besides all the concerns I have with privacy and individual liberty, but I just don't know that this is the right way to go about things, and that's why I would very much encourage my colleagues to vote this down tonight, just because there is another piece of legislation on the way that I think might try and address more of this better. And I just think that we have not spent enough time really trying to figure out what we want to do with this. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick point of order. I may be asking this in a way that gets a different answer, but I might be just clarifying. Mr. Cooper, before I begin discussion, would a motion to defer not still be a proper order at this point? It would just cause an indefinite deferral?
Mr. Cooper?
No, sir, it's already been indefinitely deferred and then put back, and the rules provide that once it's put back, it has to be voted up or down.
Got it. Thank you so much. All right. In this case, I'm going to speak vocally in favor of defeating this. I think this might not have been the sponsor's intent, but it actually made me even more troubled to hear that vendors are approaching individual council members, offering free things. That is not standard operating procedure. That is not best practice, and I cannot even entertain that as a serious proposition that we would just say, oh, hey, I'm interested in getting in on this free thing that you all are doing as a pilot. I think that we have a procurement process for a reason. More seriously, to Councilmember Young's point, I think the previous council took very strong actions, and to his point too, we've got a couple of approaches coming up that are looking at the broad picture here. This is not to say anything about the dangerous impact of drag racing or other issues that have been happening in Southeast Nashville in particular. But I know that Metro Nashville Police are very aware of this. They've been working on it. And I think there are plenty of other ways to better offer the right balance of public safety and private security. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Nash.
Point of order, please, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, Rule 43 says that if the ordinance or resolution is deferred for any reason after being so replaced on the council's agenda at the next meeting, then the ordinance or resolution shall be considered withdrawn, which seems to indicate a motion to defer would be in order if someone chose to make it.
Let me pull the rule up here. Hang on.
Thank you.
It's been a long time since this has been an issue, so my memory may be fuzzy. Okay, so yeah, a motion to withdraw, a motion to defer could be made, and if that motion passed, then the ordinance is deemed withdrawn and cannot be brought back.
In which case, Mr. President, I'd like to continue my time with a motion to defer one meeting.
So I think I'm just calling Councilmember Nash. What's the problem?
Yeah, I think if he bargained. He just saw the point of order, right?
So what we're checking on is I believe I just called on Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Rosenberg called for the point of order. So I passed you, Councilmember O'Connell. That's what I was trying to figure out.
I appreciate that. My point of order did not actually yield the information that was correct, though. And had I had the correct information, I would have made a motion to defer.
Ditto.
You can come back to him. It's your
Vice Mayor?
Okay, so one person at a time. So, Councilmember Nash, you had never said anything, correct? So I never got to you. So I think I can go back to Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
That's what we were discussing up here. So Councilmember O'Connell, I am going to come back to you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move to defer one meeting.
Okay. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer one meeting. Is there a second?
Seconded.
I got a second. So we're now on a motion to defer. I do have people in the queue. So again, let's make sure we're clear on this. The motion to defer, which is just one meeting, basically kills the bill. Mr. Cooper?
That's correct.
He's double checking, but it basically, the bill dies if the bill is deferred. You can't defer it anymore. All right? So let's just go back. I'm going to go through the queue. If you want to talk on the deferral motion, you need to keep your hands up. So we're on a motion to defer. Councilmember Nash, I'm going to come to you next. On the motion to defer?
I support the motion to defer. Public safety has 3 meetings coming up that is going to allow community input that I think is very valuable in this discussion yet. At the public safety meeting tonight, people with law enforcement experience had real questions about whether the license plate readers would be successful at enforcing drag racing. It identifies the car, but it doesn't necessarily identify the driver. And so unless you have a police officer there to instantly follow up on any kind of notice from the camera, they're not going to be successful necessarily catching the drag racing. And thirdly, we do have 2 more bills coming up next week that I think are much more comprehensive, that have lots of safety in them for privacy rights and the like that we would like to discuss. That, for instance, I mean, I would hate to think that there's a possibility sometime going forward to have a camera on 440 and maybe sort of help solve that crime that poor nurse, Ms. Kaufman, was killed quicker than we did. And so for those reasons, I support the deferral.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I've got other people in the queue. Under the rules, I go to people who have not spoken yet on the bill. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Remember, we're on a deferral motion.
I've got you.
Yeah.
On the deferral motion. So quite simply, I'm not going to speak long. In my haste to really speak out against this bill, I failed to recognize at least that Councilmember Stiles, you do have an issue, and I appreciate you at least advancing this forward to address the issues of concern that you have in your area regarding the drag racing situation. I'm not going to repeat what I've already heard from Councilmember Young, Councilmember O'Connell, and Councilmember Nash. They pretty much summed up the reasons why I support this deferral moving forward. So I just encourage everyone else to, because we do have some bills coming up that are a bit comprehensive, and this is a little bit concerning. So thank you very much. I do support the deferral.
All right. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized. On a motion to defer.
Yes, I understand. May I ask a question about the timing of specifically the pilot sunset 180 days? I mean, would that allow for a procurement process to take place, even if that were the case? Director Cooper?
Mr. Cooper?
It depends on the specific procurement. Some take longer than others. So purchasing would have to make that determination as to how long it would take. I can't answer that one.
Okay, I'm supportive of what council members, especially Councilmember Stiles, is attempting to do here. I'm not seeing any way that we can advance this on second and allow it to be amendable. So I believe I'll have to vote in favor of the deferral.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Johnston, you had a point of order, so I'm coming to you next. You really never got a chance to speak on the bill. So, Councilmember Johnston, you're next.
Thank you. I understand what Councilmember Stiles is trying to do because I'm one of the council members in the Southeast region that's really dealing with this issue. So I appreciate the attempt to solve this problem. Unfortunately, the research that I have done on LPRs, talking to the police, talking to vendors themselves, is that LPRs themselves do not gauge speed. So it would have to be in conjunction with some other type of radar. And even then, you would still have to have police presence to as Captain Gilder recognized today, you would still have to have police presence there to actually observe the reckless driving or the drag racing. And so his answer to my question, does this bill even solve this problem or help to solve this problem, was essentially no. Additionally, I think that we've had a lot of conversation around LPRs and a lot of education that all of us have received lately. And I think it's really important that before we start talking about pilots and actually into place, that we really look at the uses of this and what we really want to use it for, but also really focus in on the policy around it. There's a lot of concern about privacy, and I just think that we're putting the cart before the horse with this particular legislation, and that it really should be very, very well thought out, and stakeholders and subject matter experts on civil liberties, as well as the police department and everyone that would be involved, to really make some well thought out legislation that's going to cover all of our bases. And so I'm going to put policy before a pilot, and I'll be supporting deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Hager.
I wanted to ask if the sponsor withdraws the bill, can she bring it back afterwards or not?
Mr. Cooper.
It could be brought back as a new bill, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I asked my colleagues to allow this bill to pass on second reading and go to third. There's a mention of some additional bills that are on first reading for this meeting and will be on second. We don't know what the support will be for those bills. We haven't had any discussion on them. Councilwoman Stiles has taken the lead on a bill that is currently before you now that addresses a pertinent issue in the community in regards to drag racing. It's a pilot program. There's no cost. So I'd ask for at least for it to get past second reading, and then the appropriate decision can be made on third. But we have discussed this bill. We don't know what the other two bills entail. We haven't discussed those yet. A significant amount of work has gone into this bill. It has been well thought out, and I'd ask for my colleagues to not vote to defer it and let it pass on second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Withers.
Previous question.
Councilmember Withers has called the previous question, so we're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the motion to defer. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
So the vote is 39 for, 0 against on the previous question. So we are now voting on a motion to defer one meeting on BL 2020-494. If you're for the motion to defer, you would vote yes. If you're against the motion to defer, you'll vote no. Let's see how this works. All those in favor, we'll do it by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
Aye.
All those against the motion to defer say no.
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 Okay. Okay, so we're going to have to do a roll call on this. So, Madam Clerk, what we're voting on is a motion to defer one meeting on BL 2020-494 as amended. All right, Madam Clerk, tell me if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're if you're for the motion to defer, if you want to defer the bill one meeting, vote aye. If you don't want to defer it, vote no. Okay? All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez. No. Hurt.
No.
Allen.
No.
Glover.
Yes.
Flora.
No.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Councilmember Swope?
Parker. Councilmember Parker. Withers.
No.
I'm sorry, is that a no, Councilman Parker?
Councilman Parker is in.
Councilmember Parker, what are you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Withers.
No.
Benedict. Councilmember Benedict. Van Reese.
No.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
Aye.
Hold on just a second. Hancock, Councilmember Hancock?
Voted no.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Young?
Young, yes. Hager.
No.
Evans.
No.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
Aye.
Syracuse.
No.
Welsh.
Aye.
Sledge.
Aye.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
Aye.
Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
No.
Hauser.
No.
Druffel.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
Yes.
Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Stiles.
No.
Lee.
No.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Returning to check in with Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Benedict.
Councilmember Benedict.
Her audio is not working. It appears she's speaking.
A yes. Councilmember Benedict votes yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Vercher.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher votes yes.
Was Porterfield yes?
Yeah, Porterfield was a yes.
Okay.
So the one we're missing, Councilmember Swope?
Forgive me, Vice Mayor. What are we voting on?
This was a motion to defer Bill 2020-494. You care to vote?
I am an all yes.
Okay. Councilmember Swope votes yes.
17 to 22.
Thank you.
Okay. So the vote is 17 votes yes to defer, 22 to no. So the measure is not deferred. The motion to defer is defeated, so we're back on the bill as amended. All right, so we've still got people in the queue, but everybody spoke.
Order.
I haven't, Vice Mayor.
Well, I'm coming back to you, Councilmember Stiles. Did somebody say point of order?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Parker.
Councilmember Parker, point of order. What's your point of order?
If this bill were advanced on second, but third reading were deferred, would that cause it to be withdrawn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I want to speak to some misinformation that's happening. One, there are trailers that can track speed as well as license plate readers. They do not need to be manned. If any information comes through for the reckless driving and additionally is using the hot list, that system transfers information to any officer that's in the area. You do not have to have anyone manned by that particular item. As it pertains to the pilot, because it was privately offered, it was not a need to go through procurement. The people that would have information to that data that is collected would be the MNPD, because that is who the contract would be with for those 180 days. We would also be able to assign a couple of individuals from council to be able to also check the audit trail to be sure that no one was trying to use this for surveillance or privacy. One of the companies, in looking at their data, it's like 0.00014% in terms of any error reads. And so this would be a good decision, I believe, for the city. This proposal has received favorable response from both sides, those that have concerns about privacy because it is narrow in its scope, and also those that want to roll out license plate reader technology. And so I think it would be very prudent on our part to do a temporary program so we can be sure that this works for everyone. Otherwise, we are inviting a lot of drama and trouble, I think, on the back end. And assuming that everyone wants a fully rolled out license plate reader program at this time is very naive. So I am encouraging all of my colleagues, please vote yes. This is a problem that is not just in the Southeast. This is taking place across the city. These trailers are able to be moved, and I think we would see tremendous benefit almost immediately. I have visited both the Belmead Police Department as well as the Mountain Juliet Police Department to look at both of their systems to see how the information is conveyed very quickly to police officers. And for us to be able to utilize this technology and be able to help two police departments on either side of us, I think this would be very beneficial across the board. So I would appreciate your support this evening and move this forward to third reading.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I understand the need to, crack down on the drag race. As a Southeast council member who goes through what many of my colleagues are having to go through right now, I understand the frustration. I, however, don't believe that this is the way we need to be doing it. I have many constituents that I am responsible for, and I am responsible to make sure that I protect their privacy. And I just think there's other ways of doing this. I have racial concerns. I have ICE concerns. I have several concerns. MMPD has been posting in these past couple of weeks all of these drag racers that they have caught. So it seems like the strategy that they have been taking is working. So I don't know why we don't continue down that path. And with that being said, I can't support this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict. We can't hear you. All right, so if you make gestures, we may be able to interpret. She says, slow down, and my hands are up. Okay, so Councilmember Benedict, I'm sorry, there's just no way we can get information for you. All right, keep trying. So everybody else in the queue has spoken on this bill. So I'm going to go back through the list and see if anybody wants to speak on the bill. They've already spoken once, so we can go back through. Councilmember Nash, on the bill. We're on the bill. The motion is to pass on second reading. Councilmember Nash?
Again, like several council members, I get phone calls about the drag racing. Evans Pike owns their own public boulevard, and I truly do appreciate what Lady Stiles are trying to do. But as she stated, the camera would read the license plate, check the speed, would send a notification to the dispatcher. The dispatcher would then have to find out if there's a car there that could identify the driver. And basically, that police officer would have to recognize the reckless driving and or drag racing that the camera does not recognize. So although it's well-meaning, this is not going to be a successful pilot to address drag racing in spite of the best effort here. And so I appreciate what you're trying to do. We just not, the technology does not lend itself to this particular crime.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So I'm seeing new hands up. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the previous question, please.
Previous question has been called. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
That was Councilmember O'Connell. All right, Mr. Cooper.
Turn off my camera is what I need to do.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Did you have Benedict in there?
Yes, do we have, did she think?
Well, so I'm looking. Councilmember Benedict, do you vote yes or no on the previous question? Yes? Councilmember Benedict, can you hear me?
Looks like she's on the phone. So we will have her marked as not voting.
Okay. So the vote is 37 to 1?
Yes.
37 for the previous question, 1 against. Any corrections to that?
37.
It's 37 to 1.
Not voting.
Councilmember Benedict's not voting. All right, so previous question prevails. We are on.
I'm unmuted, and you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So do you want to vote on the previous question? Councilmember Benedict? We just voted on the previous question.
Smoke votes yes on the previous question.
She shouldn't have hung up the phone. All right. So the previous question prevails.
Unmute, Council Lady Benedict, you're muted.
We still can't hear her. All right, so we're going to go ahead. Previous question prevails. We are voting on BL 2020-494 as amended on second reading. I think we have to do a roll call. Madam Clerk, so if you're for passing this bill on second reading, you'll vote aye. If you're against it, you will vote no. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez. Abstain. Hurt.
No.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
Abstain.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope?
Abstain.
That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Parker.
Yes.
Yes. Withers.
Yes.
Is that a no? Is that a no?
My vote is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Benedict.
Councilmember Benedict on the phone. Can you hear us?
Vice
Mayor, can you hear me this time?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes or no? Do you know what we're voting on? Councilmember Benedict?
Oh my God. This is killing me.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes, sir, Vice Mayor. How can I help?
We're voting on BL 2020-494 as amended on second reading. Do you want to vote, yes or no?
I will vote, and sorry, Vice Mayor, I was on the phone with IT. Why don't we just,
You can abstain if you need to.
let's just abstain.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
Councilmember Hancock?
No. Young.
No.
Hager.
Yes.
Yes. Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roten.
No.
Syracuse.
Yes.
Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
No.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
No.
Roberts. I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes. Taylor.
Abstain.
Hauser.
Yes.
Yes. Druffel.
Abstain.
Murphy.
No.
Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
No.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
No.
Porterfield.
No.
Sepulveda.
No.
Rutherford.
No.
Stiles.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
No.
It looks like it's a tie.
Looks like a tie to me.
Anybody not vote?
Nope. 17 to 5.
Okay, so the vote is 17 to 5. It's a tie. All right, so I've always thought that if I have to, do I get to break this tie?
You have to break the tie.
I have to break the tie, so it's so close that it's hard not to vote for something on second reading when it's this close, so I will vote yes to keep the bill alive so you can keep talking about it. So Vice Mayor votes yes. So the vote will be 18 to 17 to 5. Bill passes on second reading. Anything else on that one? All right, so we're now on item number 42, Bill 2020-505. This is by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance directing the Metropolitan Purchasing Agent to enter into an emergency contract for the continued operation of the Bordeaux Long-Term Care Facility for the remainder of fiscal year 2021 and affirming the council's intention that the current appropriation of fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the Bordeaux Long-Term Care Facility management be used to fund the emergency contract. Councilmember Hall?
Withdraw, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Hall withdraws. Bill is withdrawn. All right, we move on to BL 2020-551 by Councilmember Sledge, Stiles, O'Connell, and others, an ordinance to amend Chapter 16.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to the issuance of certificates of occupancy and stop work orders. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge? Councilmember Stiles? We're on BL 2020-551.
Sorry, getting my bearings again.
Councilmember Sledge?
On the issuance of the certificate?
It's the issuance of certificates of occupancy. You'll need to ask for committee reports.
Committee reports, please.
Codes, Fair and Farmers Market, Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted 8 in favor and 0 against to defer one meeting.
All right. First deferral? Is it deferred by rule? So, Councilmember Stiles, that means that that bill is deferred by rule. All right? So, 2025-51 is deferred automatically one meeting. We're on item number 46, Bill 2025-53 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to require a resolution of Metropolitan Council 30 days prior to discontinuing operations of the Bordeaux Long-Term Care Facility, Knowles Home Assisted Living Facility, or Nashville General Hospital. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on 2025-53.
Committee report, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Porterfield.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, I could not unmute.
That's all right.
2025-53 was 10 in favor, 0 against a deferral.
Okay. And Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Health and Hospitals, 6 in favor, 0 against.
6 in favor, 0 against the bill. Okay. So, but I believe the Budget and Finance, because they deferred, it's an automatic deferral by rule. Okay. So, Councilmember Hall, bill is deferred by rule.
Vice Mayor, there is an amendment also by Councilmember Toombs.
She's not off. She didn't offer it.
All right. So it's deferred by rule. So the amendment or the substitute ordinance it can come up next time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Taylor, just before we leave this bill, even though it's deferred by rule, Health and Hospitals, did you say it was approved 6-4, 0 against?
No, we deferred it 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, got it. We're on item number 49, Bill 2025-56 by Councilmembers Taylor, Murphy, and others, an ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming a portion of Clover Street off 44th Avenue North to Community Court. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Excuse me, Councilmember Taylor?
Sorry, Vice Mayor, this one.
Yes.
What did you say?
I would like to move for approval.
All right, you got to get committee reports in first. Planning and zoning?
Reports.
This is the one that doesn't have ECD.
Right. Planning and zoning, Councilmember Murphy?
This was deferred because the reports are not in, and so it's deferred by rule.
All right. Public Works, Councilmember Nash?
Public Works approved 9-4-0 against.
Public Works on 556?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell?
Mr. President, we deferred one meeting.
Okay. Back to you, Councilmember Taylor.
Move for deferral.
All right. So this is to the first meeting in February. So Councilmember Taylor, based upon what we understand, it has got to go to the Emergency Communications District Board. Deferring at one meeting isn't going to do anything for you. I think you have to defer to the first meeting in February to get the report in.
They won't meet until late January. That works for me. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion will be to defer to the first meeting in February, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment, or on the deferral? Councilmember Cash, your hand is up. So are a bunch of other people, but I think it's from before. Anybody wish to talk on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion to the first meeting in February say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, Mr. Cooper, looks like it passed unanimously, but you're recognized.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virtue, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Right, any questions on that one? Vote is what, 39-0? Okay. Okay, any questions on that one? Any changes? The vote is 39-0 for a deferral motion to the first meeting in February. I believe that takes care of all other bills on second reading. I believe that's right. So we are now on bills on third reading, and we have a big consent calendar, so let's go through that. Hang with me. So BL 2020-256 is on consent. I will acknowledge while I'm talking about that, there has been an Historic Commission preservation permit that has been on file on this bill. Doesn't change the fact that on consent. I'm just acknowledging that a report has come in that's on file.
It's part of the record.
It's part of the record. BL 2020-256 on consent. BL 2020-300 on consent. BL 2020-456 on consent. BL 2020-469 on consent. BL 2020-475 on consent. BL 2020-487 on consent. BL 2020-502 on consent. 503 on consent. 511 on consent. 516 on consent. Item number 71, BL 2020-518 on consent. BL 2020-519 on consent. BL 2020-520 on consent. BL 2020-523 on consent. BL 2020-524 on consent. BL 2020-528 on consent. BL 2020-530 on consent. BL 2020-531 on consent. 532 on consent. 533 on consent. 536 on consent. 537 on consent. 538 on consent. 539 on consent. 540 on consent. 541 on consent. 542 on consent. 543 on consent. 544 on consent. Is that it? Come on. Is there another piece of paper? Hold on just a second.
The other piece of paper is just a committee report.
Yeah. There's a lot of bills still on.
546, 547, 548, 549 on consent?
Yeah. You don't have 546, 547?
Yes.
Okay,
so hold on just a second. My paper ran out of room. 545 on consent, 546 on consent, 547 on consent, 548 on consent, and 549 on consent. Anything need to be bumped? I've got lots of hands up. If you all want to bump something, raise your hand. Otherwise, get your hands off of there so I can see what I've got. Councilmember Hager or Councilmember O'Connell, you need to bump something? Councilmember Hager, your hand's up.
Just slow.
All right, let me get my hand down.
Thank you. All right, let me double check, make sure nobody wants to bump anything. Councilmember Gamble, you need to bump something?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I just need to make sure 491 was not on that consent list.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Let me see, let me go back.
Number 65.
491 is not on consent.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else needs to be bumped? All right. Councilmember Cash, anything?
No, sorry.
Councilmember O'Connell just emailed about something being part of the record, and I just want to make sure that it's not something in addition to what we already made part of the record.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell, let me check, let me go to Mr. Cooper. We're just checking to make sure that something is part of the record.
I'm trying to monitor text and emails and do the meeting, but
I appreciate it. Mr. President, it's a memo just to follow up the preservation permit. It's just a document to go into the record.
Okay, so
That's
there's
what I
one-
acknowledged.
This is something on top of that that goes
Oh,
along
there's
with
something
that.
else that
Yes.
goes on top of this.
So
Okay.
we have both the permit and a memo about
Okay.
the permit. that
All
are
right,
part of
so
the
it
record.
is all part of the record?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell, you got it? Okay, here we go, BL 2020-256. Pretend like this is a Christmas story as I read you the bills on third reading on the consent calendar. Okay? BL 2020-256 by O'Connell and Murphy, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by making applicable the provision of historic preservation overlay districts to various properties located along Clinton Street from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North, Zone CF, IR, and SP. 2020-300 by Benedict Bradford and others, an ordinance amending Chapter 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict construction noise. 2020-456 by Alan Toombs and others, an ordinance amending Chapter 11.22 of the Metropolitan Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to termination of tenancy and non-renewal of a lease. 2020-469 by Murphy and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept public sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and easements for 3 properties located on Clovercroft Road in Williamson County. 2020-475 by Councilmember Roten, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS-15 to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 3728 Central Pike and Central Pike unnumbered. The western terminus of Dodson Chapel Lane is 3.57 acres. 2020-487 by Councilmember Hauser, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R-15 SP property zoning for property located at 7335 Old Charlotte Pike, approximately 800 feet east of Old Hickory Boulevard. It's 2.21 acres to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Bill 2020-502 by Councilmember Hauser, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending the existing SP zoning for property located at 730 Old Hickory Boulevard, approximately 437 feet south of Old Charlotte Pike, 4.07 acres. Bill 2020-503 by Suara, Siles, and Henderson, ordinance to amend Section 4.12.200 of the Metropolitan Code regarding retention of procurement records. Bill 2020-511 by Murphy and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to amend existing easement rights for property located at 4100 Aberdeen Road, formerly a portion of Mockingbird Road. Bill 2020-516 by Parker, Withers, and others, ordinance to amend Title 17 by expanding the urban zoning overlay district for various properties located south of Bradley Parkway and north of Douglas Avenue, generally along Gallatin Pike from McGavick Pike westward to the CSX Railroad, Zone MULA, SP, OR20A, OR20, CS, IR, RM6, R6, RS10, R10, RS7.5, partially located within various planned unit development overlay district. Bill 2020-518 by Councilmember Hager, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R10 to OR20A NS zoning for property located at 910 Robinson Road at the southwest corner of Bennett Drive and Robinson Road. Bill 2020-519 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS10 to R10A zoning for property located at 1819 River Drive, approximately 430 feet northeast of Doak Avenue. Bill 2020-520 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SP to SP zoning for property located at 215 Cleveland Street at the northeast corner of Cleveland Street and Stockwell Street. It's 0.26 acres. Bill 2020-523, this is item number 75. Bill 2020-523 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MUNA-NS zoning for property located at 1317 Baptist Rural Center Drive, approximately 480 feet east of Weekly Avenue, 0.14 acres. Bill 2020-524 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 302 Edwin Street, approximately 90 feet east of Meridian Street. It's 0.37 acres. Bill 2020-528 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development located at Marina Street, unnumbered, approximately 175 feet east of Neal Avenue. It's 0.09 acres. Bill 2020-530 by Councilmember Withers, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing a specific plan for property located at 620 South 13th Street, northwest corner of South 13th Street and Sevier Street. It's 0.18 acres. Item number 81, BL 2020-531 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 427 Tony Road, approximately 530 feet south of Yorkley Road. It's 0.18 acres. Bill 2025-32 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for properties located at 701, 705, and 707, 40th Avenue North, northwest corner of 40th Avenue North, and Indiana Avenue Zone MUL. BL 2025-33 by Allen and O'Connell and others. Ordinance amending Section 2.210.020 of the Metropolitan Code to remove the sunset provision regarding qualified project participation in the Easy Ride MTA RTA commuter program by economic development incentive grant recipients. Bill 2025-36 by Van Reese and Toombs. Ordinance to authorize the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights by negotiation or condonation for use in public, in public projects of the Metropolitan Government, initially for purposes of Public Works Department Project Number 2016 R048. Bill 2025-37 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance to amend the Geographic Information System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning alley number 76 right away from Leah Avenue to alley number 71. Bill 2025-38 by Withers, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. An ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning alley number 264 and alley number 305 right away between South 4th Street and Shelby Avenue. Bill 2025-39, that's number 87 on your list. Ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer by abandoning White Avenue and a portion of alley number 2057 and alley number 2058 right of way south of Lebanon Pike and east of Rucker Avenue. Bill 2025-40 by Sledge and O'Connell. Ordinance providing the honorary street name designation of Reverend Elton Lee Waller Boulevard for a portion of 2nd Avenue South. 2025-41 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance providing the honorary street name designation of Mary Watson Way for a portion of 12th Avenue North. Bill 2025-42 by Pulley, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements of the Woodmont Lane stormwater improvement projects for 4 properties located on Woodmont Lane. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville. This is Bill 2025-43 by Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon the existing stormwater easement rights for property located at Brook Church Pike unnumbered. Again, that was 2025-43. Bill 2025-44 by Councilmember Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Excuse me. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and easements and to accept new public water main or replacement fire hydrant assembly and easements for property located at 627 19th Avenue North. Bill 2025-45 by Lee, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Hamilton Church Road unnumbered. Bill 2025-46 by Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer main and to accept 1 new sanitary sewer manhole property located at 1206 Buchanan Street. Bill 2025-47, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manhole, and easements for property located at 5 City Boulevard, also known as 1 City Nashville. BL 2025-48 by Murphy, Nash, and Stiles. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sewer main, sanitary sewer manhole, and easements, and to accept new public sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 508 Collins Park Drive. And I'm running out of air. BL 2025-49 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 1420 Adams Street, also known as Madera, Germantown. That's it. Anything that needs to come off of the consent calendar?
No, but Mr. Vice Mayor, if you're running out of air, I have a friend who might could step in for you.
Councilmember Young, that is one of the scariest things I've ever seen, okay? So you keep that. That will be a collector's item at some point. It'll be worth about a penny in about 20 years, okay? Thank you. All right. So anything needs to be bumped off? Seeing none, Committee reports. It's only one committee. It's Councilmember Murphy. This is your big chance. Planning and Zoning, third reading consent agenda committee report.
We voted 15 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would like to move approval on the consent agenda.
All right. Do you want to tell me what the bills were, or you want me to just do it?
On all the ones you read.
What?
On all of them.
All of 256, 487, 502, 516, 518, 519, 520, 523, 524, 528, 530, 531, and 532. And Councilmember Murphy, you want to move those bills, all the bills on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. Move them out.
Move them out. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're on voting on bills on the consent agenda on third reading. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
And a partridge in a pear tree. That was for you, Councilmember Benedict. Just waiting for the proper time. All right, so the vote is 39-0. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
With one partridge, that doesn't count. All right, 39-4, 0 against for bills on third reading. Don't see any changes. Bills on third reading passes. All right, so now we go to bills that were not on the consent agenda. First one up, item number 64, BL 2020-490 by Councilmember Rosenberg. So, to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A, RS40, and RS80 to SP zoning for various properties located at 9293 and 9401 South Harpeth Road, Griffith Road, Lewis Road, South Harpeth Road, Highway 100, and Old Harding Road, north of Highway 100, spanning from South Harpeth Road to Lewis Road. It's approximately 1,119 acres. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Committee reports, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. On the amendment, we voted 14 in favor, 1 abstention. And then on the bill as amended, it was 14 in favor and 1 abstention. And again, I'd like to be marked as abstention on the separate.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to you, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Mr. President, I think that may have been the committee report from last week, and it was 12 to 2 yesterday.
Councilmember Murphy?
It does appear that I have the wrong report with me. I am so sorry about that.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, do you want to give us the correct report?
I'll have to get it. It will take a minute. You want to just take Rosenberg's report. I know that's accurate.
All right. So, Councilmember Rosenberg, it was 12 to 2?
12 to 2 with 2 abstentions.
Okay. 12 to 2 on a substitute ordinance amendment on the bill?
On the bill as amended.
On the bill as amended. Okay. All right. Okay. So, back to you on BL 2020-490.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to first introduce an amendment, and I'll speak on the bill once we've amended it. At our last meeting, Councilman Hager expressed a desire for more specific language related to the permanent conservation of over 800 acres of land, and that's what this amendment does. It specifically states that the acreage being preserved into perpetuity will be accomplished through a binding legal mechanism like a deed restriction or conveyance to a conservation organization. It will prohibit commercial or residential development. It will allow roadway access and utility access, as well as ancillary facilities related to enjoying the outdoors, including but not limited to hiking, hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, trail riding, or other similar activities.
All of this would be subject to the reasonable approval of the executive director of the planning department. That would occur on final site plan approval. So I move adoption of this amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment by Councilmember Rosenberg, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am in support of this amendment. I think that as an environmentalist, you can't ask for anything better than saving 800 acres. And this is amazing that he was able to put this through. And therefore, I will support the bill as amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nobody else in the queue? We're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment on Bill 2024-90, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. I think I heard one no. But I heard one no. Do you want to tell me who that was? Was there a no on the amendment? It may have just been a late yes.
We have Councilmember Murphy as an abstention.
And with Councilmember Murphy as abstaining. Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Droffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Okay. So it's 38 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Councilmember Rosenberg, your amendment's on. You're on Bill 2024-90 as amended.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to ask if Lisa Milligan could just speak very briefly about what a regulatory SP is and what the process looks like from here.
Ms. Milligan, I believe you're still on the phone. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized. There you are.
Hi, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'm here. This is Lisa Milligan with Metro Planning. Just to speak to regulatory SP, we have a couple of different kinds of SPs. We have regulatory, and then we have a site plan-based SP. A regulatory SP is going to establish certain regulations related to the development. Those can range from being specific to uses, to specific heights, lot sizes, or a combination of those types of things. This SP is generally specifying things such as open space, the uses that would be permitted, along with establishing the lot sizes. So for a specific plan, there are several steps in the process. Preliminary SP, which is this stage, and then a final site plan. And then if there is actually a subdivision, that's an additional step in the process that would also be reviewed, in addition to building permits. And so there are several phases that are part of the review.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. So from here, it goes back to planning for approval of the final SP and the subdivision application, correct?
Ms. Milligan.
So final site plans are typically administrative functions, but a concept plan, but a subdivision would typically require a approval by the Planning Commission.
Great. Thank you very much. So this is the South Harpeth rezoning to single family. It's a regulatory SP. It removes the intensive uses allowed under the current zoning and replaces those with exclusive use for single family and a fire station. It also permanently preserves 800 acres, adds a host of other roadway and public safety improvements for the benefit of the surrounding community, and I appreciate your support. I'd note first that we've gotten 0 emails in opposition from within a couple miles of the site this week, as the small pocket of opposition faded away, and believe me, if there was opposition, you'd know it. That small pocket faded away because we've had the opportunity to both educate throughout the process and also improve the bill through amendments like the one we just passed. This legislation guarantees an area that has repeatedly expressed its desire to see more single-family homes and fewer other uses that aren't compatible with the area. This is an important bill, and it goes toward protecting the character of a community that I live in, that I love, and I'm proud to represent, and I respectfully and sincerely ask that you vote with us tonight. Thank you. I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval on 2024-90 as amended, properly seconded. Councilmember Johnston?
Yeah, and I just have a question about process, just because I don't really have that many zoning bills that are in my district, so I have zero experience. So when Ms. Milligan was saying, I understand the difference between a regulatory SP. So for the home specifically, I mean, I love the idea of the conservation of the 800 plus acres. The 400 plus homes, I think, is what I personally have gotten several calls about. And so for those homes to be built, what has to happen? Does it come back before the council, or is it all completely in the Planning Commission's hands from here on out?
Ms. Milligan?
That's correct. This is the council action. This is establishing the zoning property, which is the legislative portion of the entire process. So it would not be going back to the council, unless there was to be some sort of amendment to the SP that wasn't in keeping with the council bill. Those are rare. We don't see those as frequently. But this is establishing the zoning, and so this is generally where the council process would stop.
Okay, thanks. And then can you, while you're still on the line, can you explain why the Planning Commission voted against this? Just so I'm clear on that, because I know sometimes there's weird reasons for doing it. If you'll just articulate that to me one more time.
Ms. Milligan?
Sure. And this is Lisa Milligan with Metro Planning. Sure. It also outlined in the staff report that we sent out. There were a couple of reasons, concerns about the topography on the property, and we didn't have approvals from all agencies at the point that it came to the Planning Commission. And so those were a couple of the reasons that we were recommending, that the Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
Okay, so outside of the topography concerns, it was departmental sign-offs, and have we since received those hands?
Ms. Milligan?
I believe that there was some information sent from the fire department today, and I would refer to that information that was sent.
And I'd be glad to speak to that too.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes, I thought I read that, but I don't know that it came as a sign-off. That's not how I read it anyway. I'm happy to hear from Councilman Rosenberg. I have to say I really don't like getting involved in district zoning issues. It's really bothersome because I don't know his district the way that he knows his district. But at the same time, there's been so many emails and stuff, so I just want to put it out there, this is really uncomfortable.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg?
Thank you. So first of all, the emails that are coming from the area have generally been positive. So the fire marshal, there's nothing for the fire marshal to sign off on because there's no final site plan yet. This is setting the zoning. We had really good meetings with Fire Marshal Thomas, and then with Chief Henderson, Captain Hutchison, Director Tomlinson, and described the use, the access points, the improvements to water pressure that the surrounding areas will enjoy as a result of this development. And they share the things that they'll be looking for when they get to see final site plan. They noted with this sort of zoning change that there's really, without nothing for them to look at, no plan to look at and see what the road grades and that kind of things are. There's nothing to look at and approve. That's something that happens when this goes to planning for a final SP and the subdivision application. At that point, all departments will have to approve, and that of course includes the fire marshal. But for an added level of comfort for this body, this legislation specifically notes that no construction can be undertaken without the explicit approval of the fire marshal. So when there is a plan, it will have fire marshal approval. That's just something that comes later in the process.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. That's all. I appreciate you indulging me.
All right. I've got Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, thanks. And this is for Ms. Milligan. With the changes that Councilman Rosenberg has been able to make, which I know he's worked really hard at this, would you now approve this from planning with all these changes? Or what's your perspective?
Ms. Milligan?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan with Metro Planning. I'm not sure that I could try to make an assumption on what the Planning Commission may or may not determine. Their recommendation stands as it is. I wouldn't try to hazard a guess on a decision that they might make based on different information.
Councilmember Druffel?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, from your perspective, did we accomplish, did Councilman Rosenberg accomplish making the changes necessary to address the concerns of the commission, in your mind?
Ms. Milligan?
Ms. Milligan?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan with Planning. Again, I'm not necessarily, I mean, there's 10 members of the Planning Commission. I'm not certain that I could speak for the Planning Commission. Their recommendation was on the plan as submitted to them and reviewed by them at that time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think I want to ask the same question Councilman Druffel had made. I appreciate the 800 acres being conserved, and especially appreciate the legal language to do that now. And I will say again, I hope that a greenway comes out of this as well when it does get done. My question is to Councilmember Milligan, to Ms. Milligan. What I read in the staff report was concern that the community plan was T2RM, which is rural maintenance, and that was one of the issues that was of concern to the staff. And I would ask if, based on the changes that have been made, the staff would now recommend approval. Does this now come closer to meeting the community plan?
Ms. Milligan?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan with Planning. Planning has not re-reviewed the plan or the amendments. They would not change our recommendation, and therefore we don't do a new review at this level.
Okay. I appreciate that we've reduced the number of units to some degree from 506 down to 449. I sure wish it was closer to the 100 that the staff felt like fit with the buildable land that's there. That's my one concern with this. Everything else I think is great, and I appreciate all the work the council members done. I'm still listening to other council members.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I thought somebody else had spoken. So here's, I will just kind of give you a little stuff. So at one point, I had acreage provided for a fire hall in the 12th district when I was the district council member, and we ultimately ended up not doing that because it wouldn't work. When I saw the email from the chief, and I called Chief Swan because I said, okay, where are you? And the fact is, he's not sure that we would even have the money to do something like this. The traffic thing, as was on Central Pike, that is a major hang-up for it. So I'm just, and I've also gotten a number of people that are, supported me, that called me from out there that are not in favor of it. So I just think there's still questionable things here. And the key thing is, once this is handed over, it does not come to the council again. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Withers?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess two quick things. One is that I do appreciate the work that Councilmember Rosenberg done. I know he's very thoughtful about advocating for the Bellevue community, and I value his perspective as the elected representative in that area. And I understand some of the concerns, but I would encourage colleagues to listen to Councilmember Rosenberg because he's always been so diligent with his communications with his community. So that's number one. I mean, I'm willing to support this. I do have a secondary question, though, Mr. Vice Mayor, which maybe is more of a point of order. And that question is, do we need to stop this meeting at 5 minutes instead of what happens to the remainder of the calendar?
So, Councilmember Withers, I was going to let you finish, and then I was going to say that. So, we had checked. The initial permit from the Department of Health said that we were good from 6 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock. It is 5 minutes to 11. But due to, there was some questions about whether we would have to stop if we were close or even if we weren't close. There was some checking with the Health Department and by our legal director with Metro Legal. Mr. Cooper, what is the answer? Do we have to stop at 11 o'clock?
No, Vice Mayor. We got an email from the Director of Law to the Health Department opining that the council meeting is essential business of the government and therefore is exempt.
So, Councilmember Withers, we can keep going.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have to go later, so I appreciate that. I know I can with you, but again, want to really thank Councilmember Rosenberg for his diligence in working on this bill. It's a very complex issue. I know even from my District 6 constituents, I hear about cutting trees all the time, and so I think that the extensive land save that he has put in place is very, very thoughtful. Look forward to opportunities to put nature trails and things like that. So maybe whether just those residents or even members of the general community get to enjoy that land out there and the beautiful trees that they have. So appreciate the work of Councilmember Rosenberg and want to express my support for the substitute as amended. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Probably for Councilman Rosenberg, I got a call from someone over the weekend and expressed some concern about whether the sewage infrastructure is available out there. Any thoughts on that? Goodbye.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilman Nash. So, Metro Water does not have capacity for expanding sewer. Bellevue is not served by Metro Water. It's served by Harpers Valley Utility District, which has signed off on the project. There are, in the vicinity of this project, real water pressure problems. Along Griffith Road, for example, they get about 300 gallons per minute in their homes. The state standard's 500 for safety, and the Metro standard's 1,000. So as part of this project, they'll be expanding, the developers, whoever develops this property, will be expanding the water tank there to get all those surrounding homes up to standard to improve fire safety and shower comfort for those folks around. But as far as sewer capacity, Harpers Valley is well equipped to serve the area. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Previous question, please.
That was so nice the way you asked that. So we're voting on the previous question?
I have to say, that wasn't a joke, so no laugh needed.
Okay, I got it. Previous question, we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? All right, Mr. Cooper?
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verchard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Right, so the vote is what, 39-4, 0 against. Previous question. We're on the bill. It's BL 2020-490 as amended. It's a disapproved bill, so it requires 27 votes. So I think we have to go on the board. Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah, unless we know we don't have, unless there are only a few no's. But
All right, so let's, we'll try it by voice vote and we'll see, and then we'll make sure, because it does have to have 27 votes. Okay, so we're voting on BL 2020-490 as amended. All those in favor of the bill as amended, say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No. No.
No.
one abstention, and I heard three, maybe, but I couldn't tell.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, we'll just do a roll.
Just to make sure. We'll take a roll call vote. So, Madam Clerk. So, again, we're on Bill 2020-490 as amended. If you're for the bill, vote yes. If you're against the bill, vote no. And I know we have at least one abstention. Just want to make sure we've got it. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Abstain.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope. Parker.
Yes.
Withers.
Yeah.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Yes. Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse.
Yes.
Welsh.
Yes.
Yes. Sledge.
Aye.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
Aye.
Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
Abstain.
Murphy.
Murphy abstains.
Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
Abstain.
Nash.
Yes.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Stiles.
Yes.
Lee. Rosenberg.
Yes.
Is that Miss Lee?
It was.
Thank you. And Councilman Rosenberg on your bill.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Swope.
Councilmember Swope?
34-4.
Yeah, okay. All right, so how do we count Swope? Abstention?
No, just not voting.
Just not voting? All right, so the vote is 30 yeses, 4 noes, 4 abstentions. Bill passes. All right, we're on item number 65, BL 2020-491 by Councilmember Gamble. It's an ordinance extending the boundaries of the Urban Services District within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to include certain properties located in Council District 3 and approving a plan of services. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to present an amendment, somewhat of a clerical nature, a map, the incorrect map was included with the exhibits. And so I need to motion to suspend the rules with, well, can I give the brief explanation before my motion to suspend the
Yeah,
rules?
you can explain what your, so Councilmember Gamble has an amendment. In order to get it on the bill on third reading on this particular bill, she would have to suspend the rules. Explain the amendment, and then you'll have to move to suspend the rules.
Okay, thank you. So the map of the annexation area, there are two parcels at the edge of at the border of where the annexation starts that were actually in the GSD, unbeknownst to me and even Public Works during the process, but during the planning process and review, the planning department noticed those two parcels, they're underdeveloped parcels, and made the recommendation that we include those two parcels on the edge of the border of the annexation area in the USD annexation. It was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. It is in the staff report, so everyone is aware of it, but some kind of way the old map got included with the exhibits, not the new map, including those two parcels. And so that was brought to my attention, and now I have an amendment to replace the map with the correct map that includes those two parcels on the border in the USD annexation. And so I ask that it is imperative that I get this amendment on today and get this bill passed today so that we can get the property assessment on January 1st and the residents in this area can finally start to receive the much needed trash pickup, recycling, and lighting to improve the quality of life in this area. So with that, I move for a suspension of the rules to add the amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Gamble has moved to suspend the rules to get this amendment on it. Rules Committee, Councilmember Johnston? Did not need to go to rules?
It was timely filed.
It was timely filed. It just is because it's sitting on third. Okay. So thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Okay. So you've heard the request by Councilmember Gamble. She has requested a suspension of the rules. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Gamble, the rules are suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you so much. With that, I move the bill for approval.
We got to get the amendment first. So Councilmember Gamble moves her amendment, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I've got people in the queue, but I think it's from the last one. I've got Courtney Johnston, Steve Glover, Robert Nash, Dave Rosenberg. Anybody wish to speak? Councilmember Hancock?
Yes, Vice Mayor. I was just curious, when we moved other parts of Madison into the USD, it took more than a year for them to start trash pickup. So would this begin that process and then it would take approximately a year, or would it just start like that? I'm just curious.
Councilmember Gamble?
It will take a year. The January 1 assessment will be made for the 2020 assessment. Those bills won't come due until October of 2021, rather, and then we won't receive the service until January 2022. So it will still take a year. It's just that you have to get the property assessment in the year prior. We have to pay it to the property, into the USD rather, for a year before you receive the service. So it's the same.
Thank you. You have my support.
Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yeah, just a point of clarity. I believe by law it must be provided within 18 months, but it usually takes 12. I am really very proud of Councilmember Gamble for going through this process so thoroughly, and has my support.
All right. Okay, we're on the amendment. Anybody else on the amendment? We're voting on the amendment. This is on Bill 2020-491. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper? Hold on. There we go. There you go.
affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, so that's 39-4, 0 against the amendment. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your bill. The amendment passes. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your bill as amended.
I move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
I would just like to thank Councilwoman Van Reese for her great example of what to do when trying to annex a part of your district into USD. I watched her in the last term successfully do this in the Madison area, and I appreciate that example. And with that, I move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval of 2024-91 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2024-91 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Bill passes as amended, 39-4, 0 against. Any changes to that? Councilmember Gamble, you've passed your bill. All right. Next item is item number 69, Bill 2020-515, Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MUG zoning for property located at 100 Athens Way, southeast corner of Athens Way and Great Circle Road, 3.18 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
15 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Murphy, I don't see you, so you have to identify yourself.
This is Councilwoman Murphy, and we voted 15 in favor, 0 against.
There you go. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you. I'd like to move my amendment.
So Councilmember
Substitute.
Toombs, this is, I think, a substitute, okay?
Yeah,
So
right.
Councilmember Toombs is moving her substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation, which prohibits any type of short-term rental.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs has moved the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? On the on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
All right, any changes to that? Substitute is passed, 39-4, 0 against. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 2025-15 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2025-15 as substituted, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting in the affirmative, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Any changes to that? 39-4, 0 against. Your bill as substitute passes. The next motion we have is item number 74. It's Bill 2025-21 by Councilmember Withers. 2025-21 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS, CL, CN, MUL, CN, MUN, R8, OR20, R6, and RM20 to MULA, MUNA, OR20A, and RM20A zoning. Various properties located southeast of Main Street and no farther east and south 18th Street, partially located within Laughlin Springs, East End Nashville Conservation District overlay, the 5-Point Redevelopment District, a Plan Unit Development Overlay District, and the Edgefield Historic Preservation District overlay. It's 42.39 acres. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Councilmember Murphy?
This is Councilwoman Murphy, and we voted 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Actually, I have a substitute.
Yep. So Councilmember Withers has a substitute. So do you want to move the substitute?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Councilmember Withers has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. Obviously, this rezoning includes a very large number of parcels, and there is one parcel that, after discussions with the property owner and planning staff, I'm going to remove. It's a very small parcel that happens to have a well-beloved East Nashville 5-point business, and it would create a non-conforming use for that business. And in discussions with the property representative, we've decided to remove it from the zoning at this time. The neighbors aren't concerned about that use continuing or anything like that. We may bring that parcel back for a future rezoning at a later date. But this helps to avoid creating a legally non-conforming use for that business. And with that, I would renew my motion to approve the substitute.
All right. So Councilmember Withers again has moved his substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Did somebody talk over that? That's what I couldn't hear. All right. So, Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
I think you mentioned everybody's name. 39-4, 0 against on the substitute. It passes. Councilmember Withers, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move the bill as substituted.
All right. There's a motion to move the bill as substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're voting on 2020-521 as substituted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Bill passes 39-4, 0 against. Any questions about that? Your bill passes as substituted. Councilmember Withers. All right, we're on item number 77, Bill 2020-527 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing RS5 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 506 Vestra Avenue, 504 Weekly Avenue at the northeast corner of Vestra Avenue and Weekly Avenue. It's 0.12 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Murphy.
This is Councilwoman Murphy, and we voted on the bill as amended, 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation, which prohibits short-term rentals.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Any questions about the substitute? There's a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Any changes to that? Substitute passes 39-4, 0 against. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs says move for approval of Bill 2025-27 as substituted. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
Any changes to that? 39-4, 0 against. Your bill 2025-27 by Councilmember Toombs as substitute passes on third reading. I believe we have one last bill before we get to that. Mr. Cooper and I have been discussing. We have been looking at your wonderful Christmas sweater. Some of you participated, some of you didn't. We have come with a winner. We think the ugliest Christmas sweater that was worn on camera was by Councilmember Tom Druffel. The concern is that I'm not sure if that really was a Christmas sweater. Councilmember Druffel, was it? Second place goes to Councilmember Emily Benedict. I have no idea what that thing was, but Councilmember Druffel, you win the award, okay? There is no prize that goes with it, but...
Vice Mayor, I'd say I'm pretty ugly.
Well, Councilmember Young, you win that pose right there. You win for the ugliest face, okay? If you keep that up, thank you. All right, we're on the last bill, item number 79, Bill 2025-29 by Councilmember Pulley. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SCR to SP zoning for a portion of property located at 4004 Hillsborough Pike, approximately 345 feet south of Richard Jones Road within the Green Hills Urban Design Overlay District. 0.13 acres permit animal boarding facility, dog kennel, and other uses. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Murphy.
This is Councilwoman Kathleen Murphy, and we voted 15 in favor, 0 against to defer this one meeting.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Pulley.
I would like to move to defer this 2 meetings if I can.
So, if they plan on, because it was his request.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could do 2 meetings.
Okay.
Second.
So the request is to move this bill 2 meetings, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? All those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute. Councilmember Swope, your hand popped up. For point of order, we're in the middle of a vote. All right, disappeared?
Oh, please.
All right, so the vote is, we had yes. Any opposed to the motion to defer? For the last time tonight, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, and Rosenberg.
So, Mr. Cooper, there was a request to do that with the tune of Jingle Bells. Can you do that?
I'll work on that
for the next meeting. Okay, thank you. So the vote was 39-4, 0 against for a motion to defer 2 meetings. That passes. The motion to defer. You all have a wonderful holiday break. Be safe. Everybody in Nashville, be careful, but have a good holiday. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Got a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. All in favor of the adjournment, say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
And so the Metro Council has concluded about a 5-hour meeting tonight, meeting virtually at this particular time. We had been in person for the last couple of, about a month and a half down at the Music City Center. That was no longer available because of the increase in the COVID virus in the area. Going back to a virtual format usually extends the situation in terms of getting the meeting done, technical problems and things like that. And also because of the new rules, the new emergency rules under Governor Lee, requires almost everything to be done by roll call votes. They found some ways to get around that tonight. Otherwise, we might still be meeting here well into the morning. As it was, we got out by about 11:30, again, about a 5-hour meeting. Among the major events the council did tonight, they voted 33-5-1 to endorse the new transportation plan, the $1.6 billion 10-year multi-transportation plan put together by the Cooper administration. The plan is not nearly as big or expensive as what we had with Mayor Megan Barry, but was rejected by voters back in 2017. The Cooper plan is more focused on bus, road, and sidewalk improvements. Metro's costs would be handled over the years, over the city's operating budget and capital projects. This does not require any tax increase. In fact, the bill is more or less a plan, does not really require anything to be spent at this point. It's more or less non-binding, but the feeling of the administration is that they don't have a plan like this, they're going to miss out. They said as much as 60% of some of the money that may be available through the state, and particularly through the federal government with the new Biden administration coming in. Council members did try to defer it, but they did not have the votes to do that tonight, again voting 33-5-1 in favor of the transportation plan. Council also approved 35-4, spending the rest of the CARES money that was left, about $30 million. They're going to use some of it now to pay eligible public safety employees for salaries incurred between March 1st and December 31st. Any additional savings that are going to come out of the current budget fiscal year, the 2021 budget, will be used to establish a special revenue fund that will be used for the purposes to continue expenditures necessary to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. First $20 million will go to Metro's continued COVID-19 response expenditures for assessment centers, contact tracing, overtime in PPE distribution, vaccine planning, those sorts of things. Also under the resolution, $3.8 million will be directed for rent, mortgage, and utility assistance, and $1 million for small business relief grants. The council also allowed the Metro Public Schools to continue to spend $5 million in CARES Act money, provided they spend it before December 28th. That'll be going for items related to laptops and other related items for virtual learning. If they don't spend it by December 28th, it has to come back to the Finance Department to offset other CARES reimbursable costs incurred by Metro. If Metro doesn't spend the money by the end of the year, it goes back to the federal government, so they want to make sure they get it spent. Probably the longest debate tonight was our bill on second reading for consideration. It's up for the third time, actually, because it's been deferred. It would allow law enforcement to use license plate scanners for the purpose of enforcing state and local laws concerning reckless driving. The bill passed 18-17 with 4 abstentions. It took Vice Mayor Schulman to cast a deciding vote to pass it on to third reading. Some council members did not like this bill. They feel they have a better bill for this. It's going to be, it passed on first reading tonight, will be up on second reading when we come back in January. But the council decided to go ahead and move ahead with it again after a very close vote. There was several efforts to talk about deferring it, but the bill had been deferred enough that if it had been deferred anymore, it would have been killed. And so there was an effort to defer it, but that did not happen. It did not pass tonight. The council also, on third reading, passed a bill that would require landlords to provide notice to tenants for prior determination of their tenancy and also a non-renewal of lease. This bill has been in various forms before the council for some time, and now will go on to the mayor for his consideration. They also approved an ordinance tonight that would restrict construction noise in residential areas, which is often an area that council members get complaints about. Finally, on third and final reading, the council approved the annexation of about 1,600 parcels in the Dickerson Road Brick Church Pike area in Councilman Gamble's district. They will go into the Urban Services District. That'll mean higher property taxes for the residents in that area, but not until the next fiscal year, not for the property taxes that are due at the end of February of next year. The property owners will also, in the meantime, receive improved fire, police protection, along with trash collection and street lights. The council is now in adjournment for the rest of the year. They will meet again on January 5th. Likely we'll be back here in the council chambers. It's not expected that the coronavirus pandemic numbers will improve all that much in the area, so we will not be allowed to go back down to the Music City Center until that is well under control. We start meeting in person again. We wish you all the best of a holiday season, and we'll be back here on January 5th to provide live coverage. Until then, good night from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.